Hi everybody, you may have just been watching the England-Argentina game. If you are an England fan, I'm sorry. If you're an Argentina fan, congratulations. Either way, I know something that will either cheer you up or keep the hype going, and that is the upcoming Starship Flight 13. This countdown to launch starts now.
And here we go.
This is the final go, no-go poll for today's operations.
Full reusability of an engine like this is really something that people haven't done before.
We didn't know what we were doing because it was impossible to know what you were doing because no one had ever done something like this before.
US 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, ignition.
Back skew.
Separation.
One Raptor vacuum is off.
We lost the Raptor vacuum.
Ship FTS is safe.
Starship is turning for final approach to landing site.
Welcome everybody to Countdown to Launch. This is a look right now over at Pad 2 live, where you can see Booster 20 is there and ready. What's needed now is the ship, and hopefully coming up very shortly we will see that ship roll out to the launch pad for lifting and stacking for a launch just over 24 hours from now if all goes well. At least that's when the window opens. I'm Sawyer Rosenstein with NSF, and I want to welcome you all to our day before launch Countdown to Launch. This is the show where go over everything you need to know ahead of the flight, answer your questions, give you status updates, check the weather, and see what still needs to happen and ahead of tomorrow's flight. So lots of exciting things, and there's some other cool things that may or may not be happening later this stream that you're absolutely going to want to stick around for and tell your friends to join for. So yeah, it's going to be exciting. Speaking of friends, I'm not alone today. I am also joined by an amazing team, the competent cohort of co-hosts, as Jack used to say. Joining me today is Alex. How's it going, Alex?
Well, it's going fantastic. You know, it's quite exciting because we may have a ship rollout under an hour from now, hopefully. And it's quite interesting that we've got the booster out there on the pad. We've got already, hopefully, those Starlink satellites already loaded on the ship. And I saw earlier that the booster, excuse me, not the booster, the Mega Bay for the ships, Mega Bay 2, the door had been opened. And so maybe we'll start to see it peeking out there from that bay. So we'll see what happens.
We will definitely see. And we'll get into more details about that and the payload that it seems like they loaded into it last night / this morning. But of course, also joining me, it's not just me and Alex, we also have Roger joining today. How's it going, Roger?
Hey, sorry, how's it going? Yeah, it is getting real, folks. 24 hours or so, but boy, sure would be nice to see a ship out there. They got a lot of work to do, get it stacked and everything for tomorrow, so stay tuned. We'll be watching it all.
We absolutely will. We also have our entire team out in the field. We will check in a little bit with Adam Schuker, who will give us an update on the weather for tomorrow's launch attempt. And the one pushing the buttons and pulling the levers for today's stream is Kevin Michael Reed. Again, as always, if you have questions, you can tag us at NASASpaceflight or at NSF. It'll appear in the software we have going on here in the back channel, and that way we will be able to see it and answer them a bit easier, including, I just want to thank, right before we get into it here, Matt's Mike Alpha Tango Sierra before we started gifting 50 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much for that. If you do get a gifted membership, definitely give them a thank you, and it's a perfect time because, again, with the Flight 13 coming up, as of right now, about 24 hours from now, we also have our members multi-view and behind the scenes. So you're going to want to check those out. Assuming, that is, we get to launch tomorrow. So Alex, can you kind of give us an update of where we are currently at with all of the vehicles ahead of Flight 13?
Yeah, so as you can see there, Booster 20 now, it is out there on the pad at Pad 2 at Starbase. It is basically like they've been doing some checkouts over the night. If you remember, we hosted the live stream yesterday, a commentated live stream of its rollout to the pad. They lifted on the pad a few hours later. It was not that long after that. but it was too late to stay too long for that stacking. But yeah, they put it out on the pad, and they've been doing some checkouts. I've seen like some grid fin wiggles and things like that. The usual things that they tend to do as they get ready for launch. Of course, as I was mentioning before, the key missing part here of the full stack is ship 40, and that is currently still inside Megabay 2. It's Starlink. I was gonna say simulators for a second. It's actually a real Starlink satellite load now for this mission, and we are waiting for its rollout to the pad. The rollout window should open, I believe, last time I saw, at 6 p.m. Central. That's at least the earliest that they can roll this. So that will be approximately a little bit under 50 minutes from now when that rollout window should occur. And so, if we have good luck today with all of that rollout, let's hope no broken SPMTs or anything like that, and no broken chopsticks or anything like that. Then hopefully a little bit over 24 hours from now we should see this again. This time around, a proper booster flip and boost back burn, please.
Yeah, please. That would be nice. And it's worth noting that when it came to yesterday's roll of Booster 20, for those who missed it, that was into the early or late evening, and then went into the early morning when they actually lifted and stacked it on top of the launch mount. That rolled out, less than 24 hours ago. And once it moved out of the Mega Bay and got started, it trucked it down Highway 4. I mean, it was at the pad in under 50 minutes from our quick calculations while EJ and I were on the stream last night. So I'm hoping that we see the same thing with the ship whenever that starts rolling out. But there you can see the ship is stacked there. Have we seen anything else happening with the ship? Any connections, any attachments, anything else, Roger, that we've been able to see since it's been out there?
I don't think so. We're looking in there. I think we're looking to confirm that the payload has been installed. I would imagine, Alex, you'd confirm that that's happening so far. But yeah, we're just waiting for it to peek its nose out and see its shadow so we can get down there. But you're right, they have gotten so much faster at getting these vehicles down to the pad. Like I say, it was 50 minutes for the booster. Should be something similar to that for the ship when it gets down there. Then we'll have to see when it gets down there how fast they can stack. That's going well. I mean, right now all we got for the data point is Flight 12. But that was the first time with the version 3 vehicle, the first time with Pad 2. So we'll see if they've refined that process at all with this stacking.
I mean, yeah, when it comes to moving it, the SPMT operators have just been unbelievable with these vehicles, how nimbly they're able to move them around the roads and keep them aligned and get it to the point where, as we saw last night, they can get the booster lined up with the chopsticks so that all it has to do is lift it up, grab onto the, take the weight, should I say, of the booster under those grid fins, and then up it goes. And obviously you've got something similar to the ship, just without using the fins. Now, I did see a question from 9/8 Central Alex, and they're wondering, will this be the shortest time between full stack and launch if all goes on time?
Well, I mean, it depends. So if you go back to Flight 2, for example, we didn't have the previous day a destack of the ship. I have to remember now. Ship 25, if I'm not mistaken. That was a long time ago. And so, yeah, that was Booster 9 and Ship 25. Ship 25 had to be destacked, and they actually had to remove the hot staging ring. Back in the day, it was a separate hot staging ring, and actually the very first one, because they needed to replace a grid fin actuator on that case. So they had to destack the whole thing. And I remember that was like the previous day, and we were all like, there's no way they're going to be launching this tomorrow. And they launched. So there you go. It's not impossible when you've got both vehicles ready to go. It's all just down to how quickly they can get, you have vehicle readiness, right? If you were to follow like a countdown, you have all of the vehicle readiness first, but then you have also the actual countdown, like the final portion. And we don't know if that's like 12 hours, 8 hours, 5 hours. We know, for example, sorry for mentioning Falcon 9, but it's the only other operational rocket from SpaceX. They have a 4-hour countdown for most commercial missions, Starlinks seem to be shorter countdowns, like maybe 2.5 hours or so. So operators don't need to be on console like, say, SLS operators, which they need to rotate into shifts because it's like 3 days before launch. And so in that case, it's much more smoother for Falcon 9. We don't know what it is for Starship, but obviously whatever is the start of that countdown, whenever the operators need to be on console for that launch, then that's obviously the absolute limit until, you know, they optimize things and they can shrink that time as they go and launch more often, basically. But yeah, it depends on how late they can do this today. But obviously, if it is today, we'll see if it is not tomorrow morning or things like that. It could really be.
Yeah, we'll have to see what that ends up being. And again, when it comes to the road closures and everything as well out there, the road closure primary starts at noon for the launch day tomorrow. So in theory, they could still be working on things out there up until noon before everything would have to clear the pad. So even if it gets to a slightly later stack, again, they have all night and most of the morning at that point to then do whatever other work they would need to do out at the pad to get everything set and ready. So the other thing that brings up is it's very likely that this will not have a wet dress rehearsal. And ResistoJet is wondering, Roger, no further tests or part wet dress rehearsal before launch?
No, I think they're showing the confidence in the vehicle and the pad that they feel good to go. They don't have to continue to top off commodities, because that's always a thing. You see the line of tanker trucks coming in for all these launches. So they must have very high confidence in this with the static fires and the previous testing that they'll be just ready to go. And if you think about it, for essentially for the first attempt of Flight 12, that was a wet dress rehearsal. They got down to the 40 seconds. They had a couple issues. They couldn't continue on from there. So I think they just treat it that way. And if they get through the 40-second hold, then it goes and they're good to go.
It seems like that's kind of their modus operandi now, is if we don't have to do it, let's not do it. It kind of seems that way, like we saw with Falcon 9. They don't really do static fires anymore, something we'll probably see down the line with Starship, where they don't even need to static fire all of them. But at the same time, also, this goes back to their idea that they've been using and that also applied to Artemis 2 after all their wet dress rehearsal issues. I think it was Charlie Blackwell Thompson that basically said, if we have a successful wet dress rehearsal, wouldn't it be great to just go ahead and hit the launch button? So in a case like this, where you fuel it on launch day, if something goes wrong, then obviously you don't launch. But if everything is perfect, you want to have that ability to say, you know what? Let's launch this thing. Let's do the flight. So it's kind of that mentality, it seems like, of it's a wet dress rehearsal until the engines ignite and it moves, then it's a liftoff. So we shall see. Here's one from IFT5 Raptor. I know, Alex, you love when people still call it IFT. How are we on tanker trucks? How many of those are still needed? Have we been seeing all the refueling vehicles coming in yet?
Well, I've not been too I've not been paying too much attention to all that, to be honest, because it's frankly one of those things that I assume SpaceX has been doing for a while. We have seen things like, you know, the MOVAX, the water trucks and things like that. It's been very much a constant thing for previous flights, where they try to line up a bunch of trucks already, like down to the launch day itself. So I would expect them to pop up. I've also been very busy with other things here at NSF, so that's why I've not been paying too much attention specifically to the trucks. I care more about, you know, the ship coming out of that and when the booster came out of the other bay. So I've only been paying attention to the big milestone stuff, but not, you know, counting trucks or that. But that's why we have a full team of SBL operators.
Yes. Again, as I was joking last night, we have the Texas Tank Watchers, and now we need the Texas Tanker Watchers.
I guess, yeah.
So, chat, help us out over the next 24 hours as they all go by. Just have like a clicker of how many times you see a tanker truck, whether it be LOX or methane. Oh, geez. Let me thank some people here real quick before we get to more. Troy Rupert, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Telstar86, an NSF stream is never late. It starts exactly when it is supposed to. You hear that, Kevin? You're on time. You're good. Work hard, play harder, saying just got back from camping in the woods with no service. What all happened in the last 4 days? Well, as you can see to the right of my head on the screen, there's a booster out on the launch pad there. And they are getting ready for the flight tomorrow. There it is, full screen, actually. There is Booster 20 getting ready for Flight 13, Ship 40 soon to join. We're expecting that to happen very soon because I believe the closure for that roll would begin, or they can start rolling as soon as 6 p.m. Central Times, which is 39 minutes from now. So hopefully, if they go for the beginning, great. If not, of course, we'll be sticking around and waiting for that because that goes until 10 p.m. Central. So sometime in those 4 hours, we'll hopefully see it out at the pad, and then, if all goes well, soon after that, see a fully stacked Starship for flight. Happy Badgers gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much for that. Ross Gammon becoming a PadRat member. Thank you very much. Appreciate all of that. And again, you'll enjoy some of those member perks, including one that you may or may not find out later the stream that may or may not relate to a release of a certain thing that we for launch. Hopefully I'm not leaking too much. Now, in terms of the launch itself, obviously we have the vehicles. We're kind of aware of where those are at. But Alex, where are we at on the regulatory side of things? Because obviously there's a lot of paperwork that has to go out.
Yeah, in the regulatory side of things, that's pretty much... so there's 2 camps, I guess. One is the FAA side of things with the approvals, right? Things like approval for the launch trajectory, the launch license, and things like that. As far as we know, there's no impediments with that because for the last flight, they did have to do a mishap investigation. But, that view I was talking about, being out for 4 days. Well, in the last 4 days, we got a release by the FAA confirming that they have already closed out the mishap investigation from the previous flight. So on that sense, that part of the whole deal is done. Now, in the case of aerial closures or marine closures and things like that, it's more like a trickle sort of thing. The launch trajectory and re-entry trajectory of Starship spans so many different maritime and aerial zones in general, right? That you have not Mars and no TAMS appearing left, right, and center across the globe. And so it's more like a puzzle sort of thing. Eventually, they all come out, mostly. I believe for the last one, there was like one piece of this big puzzle. Like I think it was like a Notmar or no, I don't remember exactly which kind of notice it was, but there was like just one notice of a small portion of the trajectory that was missing at the time of the launch, but it was probably okay with that in that case. But yeah, those hazards for air or sea where people might not want to be around there in case something goes wrong. And so that is, and of course there's even other places where even if things go right, the ship is probably going to be there in the Indian Ocean if things go right, so you probably don't want to have boats out there. But also the booster, if that splashdown also goes well, you probably don't want to have anybody out there surrounding that, apart from SpaceX, of course. So yeah, all of those are coming up. They're, appearing as we keep counting down. Doesn't seem like there's any problems in that sense.
Right, and we've seen the Not Mars, the Notice to Mariners. Also saw the FAA post the No TAM, Notice to Airmen, formerly Air Missions. So all of that is out there. It seems like from a paperwork standpoint, everything is where they need to be. Of course, next up is just having the hardware where it needs to be. So hopefully we get that very soon. Kelly Teacher also asked, any chance we'll see this flight on the west coast of Florida? I was able to see the ship during one launch. I will say, as the Floridian on stream here, I think that if you're on the west coast of Florida, you definitely have a better chance than on the east coast of Florida as we used to. So Roger, for those who aren't quite aware of the updated trajectories with V3, what is the kind of flight path that we expect for this?
Yeah, it goes a bit farther south than the previous versions. They skirt the underside or the south side of Cuba down there, a little bit of a almost a dog leg that's down there. So it's a more southerly trajectory. So again, I'm not familiar with Florida. I'll defer to you on that, Sawyer, on the viewing from there. But yeah, it's definitely a little bit different from the version 2s and previous flights.
Yeah, and I believe Kevin Michael Reed coming in with some of the animations things here. So that's the area, obviously, we're looking at. Normally, it would go above Cuba. At this point, it kind of goes below it a little bit.
I was gonna say, yeah. I think that graphic is broken. Well, need to fix that for tomorrow.
And that's where it will splash down. Somewhere within that range, there will be.
Hey, Kevin, if you put it as a key for my background, I can do it.
Yeah.
Ryan style.
Yeah, seriously.
Just joking. Don't try that.
That's the rough area. Some final things we're working out here ahead of launch. There we go.
Let's see. Is that? Oh, he did this one. Okay, yeah. This is done by Ryan Caden, by the way. Yeah, this is cool.
Yes.
We did not get the chance to use this for the last flight. It was a bit last minute thing. But yeah, there you can see all of the different milestones for this mission, where they should happen. So yeah.
They don't call him Mr. Map for nothing. There we go. So yeah, that's kind of the rough area, the trajectory it'll take. And yeah, if you compare it to the V2 flights, and even V1 for that matter, it's definitely more southerly on its way outbound. Yeah. So that's something to keep an eye out. If you are in Florida, you have a much better chance of seeing it either if you're on the West Coast, or especially if you're towards the very southern part of Florida, like down by the Keys in that area.
And I'm gonna say one thing. If you don't see this flight, don't fret, because future flights of Starship may actually go literally over Florida, and will also launch from Florida. So don't worry, future flights. That's where you're probably gonna have your head for future flights, because they have that other trajectory that it's sort of like a mirror image of this one, that instead of going between the Yucatan Peninsula and Cuba, it sort of goes to the north of Florida and sort of crosses in between Jacksonville and Orlando. And so that's gonna be nuts.
Oh my gosh, that is going to be quite the view. Imagine you're at Disney and all of a sudden, oh yeah, Starship just flies right over.
Right?
You know, no big deal. Oh boy, reminiscent a bit of the shuttle days when it used to have its return trajectory coming in, and it would do that little, curve right over California and Texas, and then do the heading alignment circle around Florida. It was such a cool view. Speaking of the view, here is where all of our camera sites, I believe, are located. Yes. So we have the river site, as you can see over there. Roger, where are you at?
Well, I'm not there this time, unfortunately. But yeah, River is my home away from home. It's a great spot to be with folks and watch a launch.
Exactly. And then you saw there the sort of production area, and then our cameras on the highway site. And a reminder, these are robotic cameras here. We're not talking, not all of these have people at them. Many of them are in sites that you're not supposed to be at during launch, because then you might get roasty toasty. You can see there's the north view, and then of course we also have our cameras to the south as well. And there's the south side of things. So those are all the different vantage points that we have there. So all those NSF logos are our robotic camera army fleet. We also have people out. We also have cameras over at Rocket Ranch. We also have one atop the Margaritaville Hotel. And yeah, again, as I mentioned, the humans that will be out there as well with their cameras at different locations. So we go all out for Starbase in general, and we go extra all out for the Starship flights.
Let's just hope it doesn't look like that, though, tomorrow.
Yeah, this is the slightly hazy view of it from the top of the Margaritaville Hotel over at South Island. And yeah, I mean, it would be nice to have it a little clearer tomorrow, and in just a little bit, we should be getting a weather update from Adam Schuker. So as soon as we get that, we'll get a little more clarification too on hopefully not having views like this for tomorrow's launch attempt. And again, the one view that we're really looking at for right now is the Mega Bay and hopefully getting to see Ship 40 make its way out and then begin its roll down Highway 4 to meet up with Booster 20. The other thing I was talking about with EJ last night that it kind of weirded me out a bit was that, if you remember, the first full stack of a Starship vehicle was Booster 4 and Ship 20. We are now at Booster 20 and Ship 40. I mean, Roger, you've been tracking this quite a while. It's kind of hard to comprehend at this point just how many vehicles SpaceX has had since then.
Yeah, and it's just been fascinating watching them, and not only the vehicles but the factory. I think they've said many times, as far as it's not just the rocket, is how do you build the vehicle? All the iterations they've gone through from the first days where the rings were actually individual segments of steel, and they cut, I think there were 7 or 8 segments in there, and each one was welded into one ring and stacked. Then they came up with the robotic welder for the steel coil, so they got more exacting on that. And, proceeding for the factory as the minimum viable product to try to figure out how to build this thing. And then finally we start seeing tanks with flaps on them, in the SN 8 to 15 days. Now we get Ship 20 and a booster and a full stack, and that was just spectacular. Seeing that and now, we're getting megabays, gigabays. As we kind of say, don't get too attached to anything you see in this view. It's probably be gone in a couple of years. But and they just continue to pick up pace. And once that gigabay gets going, it's just going to be just more and more and more. Now you add in Florida with the gigabay down there. You're going to be able to get boosters shipped there over the Gulf and barges. Eventually, hopefully, you'll be able to fly a mission from Texas, have the ship do its mission, and land back in Florida. You get a collection of boosters. Now you're launched from both areas. Then a few years down the road, hopefully you get the Louisiana area built up. We got Vandenberg coming online. All the pads that are down in Florida that are coming at 37A. We're just getting started, folks. I mean, we got a bunch of nose cones we're peeking in the window looking at, but that's just going to be the tip of the iceberg.
It really is. And I mean, as we look at the Space Coast there, you can see the pad over at historic Launch Complex 39A, which has been there for a couple of years, but of course they've been working on upgrading it with a lot of the changes that they made. They've had the adding the roof to the top of the tower to protect it from when it comes back in for the catch. And then we also have Slick 37, where 37A has already been stacking at quite a rapid pace. All of the segments are out there and everything, but I believe we've had 6 modules at this point that have already been lifted. Yeah. Module 7, hopefully to be coming very soon. So yeah. Exciting. I obviously, as Floridian, I'm beyond excited for when we get to that, but we have to have success here first to get to that point.
It was funny when you mentioned Ship 20 because we're showing it on one of the views. It's in the river lot views. I don't recall which camera exactly, but you could see it in the rocket garden. It's out there with Booster 12.
Yep. But again, like we were talking about before, like Roger said, don't get used to any of it because who knows how long it'll still be out there.
Exactly. Yeah. The ship there on the left and the booster is Booster 12. First booster to be caught.
Dare I remind us of Ship 26?
No, nobody cares about that.
Exactly. But hey, the people who saw it out there forever and doing all the testing, and it's been gone now for over a year at this point, it feels like. So as long as they don't get rid of Hopper/Hoppy,
way.
we're all good.
No.
They better not.
There will be rioting if that.
Did someone summon me?
I knew it.
Is that the voice of God himself, Kevin Michael Reed?
Well, I thought the Ship 26 fan club president should join the stream.
No.
No, you're okay. Thank you, though.
Are you sure?
Aren't you operating the stream? Shouldn't you be like pushing buttons and pulling levers and all that
Look,
stuff
I just
that we
pushed a
say?
button. I don't have any levers today. I haven't set them up yet, but I am pushing the buttons.
I remember when you switched cameras and things like that without buttons one day.
I mean, I did that last night too for the roll. I wasn't
Wow.
quite ready.
So you were not pushing buttons then?
I was not. I was clicking the mouse.
Well, there you go. Clicking mouses and pulling levers. Never mind. Continue with the thing.
Something like
yeah,
that.
clicking.
I have to go
clicking
on board
buttons.
one of our special guests, so I'll talk to you later.
All right. Yeah, clicking buttons and dragging levers, I guess, is the better way to describe what he was doing. But hey, the pictures got to your screen, and that's what matters. And another reason the pictures are able to get to your screen is because of the support from amazing viewers like you. Rex the Raptor Wrangler becoming a PadRat member. Rankley saying, I would like to see the view from the ground in the Kalahari Desert during the in-flight relight. Ooh. I mean, if D-Wise wasn't helping us shoot video at Starbase, I mean, I send D to the desert.
You have
Drama.
to do some recruitment.
Yeah. The NSF Africa branch coming soon. Drama for Yo Mama saying 1 flight per hour is possible. Imagine the infrastructure. Also, how they cut the time for rollout / cryo / test / rollback, etc. Will they skip all that? I would think that they would. I feel like as it goes on, it's going to be like Falcon 9, where you don't really need to do all of the crazy testing. They barely static fire for any flights. If they do, it's usually for, you know, a crew mission for NASA or a newer booster. Whereas even Falcon Heavy, I don't think they did any type of dress rehearsal for the most recent Falcon Heavy launch, other than, you know, having a couple launch attempts, but that wasn't intentional. That was just, they had to push it. So, I mean, they're going to have to at that point.
Yeah, but also keep in mind, you're going to have hopefully 10 plus launch pads. So it doesn't have to be an hour from one particular launch pad. You could have one from each launch pad, and you have 10 launches in an hour, and the next one's getting refurbed, and they're kind of going round and robin on those things. So, yeah, 1 an hour, maybe, but as far as you get more and more of the pads, you got more and more possibilities to get the thing off the ground.
There's also essential testing. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Alex.
Well, I was going to say that there's also essential testing that they probably shouldn't skip. Like, as soon as the booster or the ship is built, it's not only just new, it's like it's never been filled with anything, right? And that's sort of the really big problem. You cannot just go ahead and fly that. So the initial testing, the cryo testing, and like a first static fire test before flight, that should happen on every new vehicle. As you mentioned, that's what they do with Falcon 9. Falcon 9, it always gets a cryo and a static fire before its first flight. And so, yeah, those are probably not going to be skipped ever. But, you know, you can keep launching everything else that they have. I assume they're going to have a fleet.
I would imagine they have a fleet, yeah. They're going to have to. And also be able to do payload loading out at the pad, too. As we were talking, I mentioned we have people out there with cameras as well in the team. We have Max out at Starbase with live cameras there, getting ready to wait for the booster to roll. So hopefully soon, Max will be providing awesome views for that. And thank you, Max, out in the field. Dee's out there, Jerry's out there, Caesar's out there. We got the whole team out there. So it's going to be very exciting. And of course, all of that is pending the weather for tomorrow's flight. And as I mentioned earlier, we have Adam Schuker here to kind of help talk us through where we are looking at for the forecast tomorrow. Adam, do we have you?
You have me. Can y'all hear me? Everything sound good?
Sounds good to me. Hopefully we get those 5x5s in chat. And yeah, what are we looking at for tomorrow?
All right, so for tomorrow's launch, we kind of pulled up a graphic here in a minute, and that graphic I'll kind of explain what we're seeing. Now, obviously, like I always tell everybody with this disclaimer of the graphic, it is a forecast model, so it's guessing its best possible guess of what tomorrow could look like. So I do have highlighted in yellow the wind barbs. Those are where the wind's coming, and each little notch represents how fast the wind is blowing. And if you notice, most of them are pretty similar to the same as you go up aloft. So if you start from the bottom and you go up in the atmosphere, a lot of them are pointing in the same direction. That's good because y'all have heard me talk a lot of times about directional wind shear and blah blah blah. So luckily there's uniform winds blowing from like the southeast aloft, so there's not that turning with there is strong winds, but they're straight. So that to me is good. They are a little strong, but it still looks like right there they should be within limits, but they will launch a weather balloon prior to it to verify real data to make sure it's within their limits. So it could be getting close, but I think it should stay just under, and especially since it's not directional turning winds. That's a lot easier on the rocket because everything's pushing one direction and it's able to correct for it much easier. And when you look aloft, the winds are actually fairly weak, which is very common during summer times down here in Texas. You get a lot of weak winds aloft. We don't have these big troughs coming in. So there's not a lot of winds aloft to worry about. It's just those low-level winds that are kind of strong. But I think it's still within limits. Now, for viewing purposes, we also like to look at, there's this red and green line that goes on this graphic here, and I have a little blue, it almost looks a little purplish there, circled. The green line represents the dew point, and the red line represents the temperature. Anytime those come closer together, that means you're at, if they touch each other, you're at 100% saturation, which means normally a cloud could be there. Well, what it's telling me is from y'all's camera views that I was just looking at, you can see that there's upper level clouds right now kind of rolling through. We are thinking that's going to be most likely still the possibility for tomorrow, is that we can get those. There will be a lot of clouds in the morning through about afternoon. Some of them will start finally burning off, but we'll still probably have the upper level deck of clouds coming in because we have a big weather disturbance that's causing flooding rains just north into the Texas Hill Country and the central Texas. That's not going to affect us down south. Could have a few isolated little pockets of, very scattered nature thunderstorms that develop during the mid-afternoon, early afternoon, but I'm not expecting anything during the launch period. The only thing that, perfect view. So you can see the clouds there aloft. That's going to be a similar view for tomorrow. Some models have it a little thinner than that, so we hopefully will have a little more extra breaks. I'll cross my fingers for it, but we will see some upper level clouds for tomorrow. But so far, beyond those two items, it really doesn't look too bad unless we get a thicker deck of upper level clouds. And if they have a certain threshold of cloud layers, then, you got to worry about that. But temperatures here are going to be in the mid 80s. It's not going to be bad. It'll be a little breezy tomorrow out of the southeast. But other than that, that's about the only thing we're really tracking is for people actually viewing. Luckily, we're not having like low cloud decks, so you'll at least see it for a while. But if we have what we have today, obviously you're not going to be able to see the ship, break off and be able to see it do its flip back and all that. So with those clouds being aloft, but you'll at least get to see it for a little bit before it penetrates through that cloud deck. But yep, that's the forecast for tomorrow. It's not looking too shabby. Just we'll cross our fingers that those high level clouds just don't hopefully be as thick as they are now.
But the main thing is, it seems like those clouds aren't a deal breaker. It's more of just annoying if you're trying to watch all the way uphill.
Exactly. So if you're trying to view it and obviously track it all the way, that could become a little bit of a problem. But I'm crossing my fingers. Some of the models have it trying to thin out a little bit later in the evening, but it's showing what I'm seeing on the models. It's still showing those high level clouds. I just hope they're a little thinner, so that way maybe, or we can get a break of blue. That's happened a lot of times here. We get a nice little break right about launch period. So sometimes we've been very fortunate, but yeah, the clouds are more of a annoyances to if you're trying to view from the ground and track it all the way through its process. But we'll still see it from the ground up probably past 30,000, about 30,000 feet is about where those clouds are. So yeah, other than that, it's not looking too bad.
All right, and do I dare ask, if it does go another day, how's it looking?
Friday is looking still about copy and a paste scenario, very similar to today and even the day before. This weather disturbance that's kind of over us keeps kind of blanking us with some clouds and stuff like that, but the winds will still be roughly the same. Everything else is pretty close to a copy and paste. So if we have to go for tomorrow, I don't see anything that's gonna kill terms of a weather delay. So yeah, not too bad.
Well, that's perfect as we pass the 24-hour mark to the opening of the launch window for Starship Flight 13. now less than a day away. Adam, thank you so much for coming on and the weather update, and I'm sure we'll be checking in a lot with you tomorrow as well.
Absolutely. Thank y'all for having me.
I got the
There
next
we go.
spaceflight
Thank you, Adam
notification.
Sugar. Hey, there you go. Yes, next spaceflight getting the 24-hour notifications out there. I mean, chat, I don't know about you, but I think now that we're under the 24-hour mark, the hype is really starting to feel real. Is it just me, or does it now feel more real?
I mean, yeah, sure. It's just that. What was that?
What was... I thought I was leaking before Kevin. Did you hit the wrong button?
Never mind. Let's just continue.
Yeah, as we're hyped up here, let's totally ignore the thing that just came across the screen.
I was thinking that, you know, it's... I think it's pretty much a little bit earlier probably than we obviously expected, but still sort of the July timeframe. So, yeah, it's good. That bodes well for the future of their launch cadence that they want to hit. So, that is great. But yeah, under 24 hours, man.
Yeah, all right, I can't ignore it. Chad has seen it and everything.
Oh, I was trying to. Okay, well.
I know, but how can... Chad is just going crazy over it. Yeah. Kevin, I think you may have shown the patch. Oops. Oh my goodness. So I have an idea of what it looks like. I don't know. Maybe we should release it earlier then? I know we had talked about around a stack or something like that. Obviously, we're still waiting for the booster to roll out. So, I mean, we kind of have that still to wait for. I don't know. Obviously, I think I know what chat thinks, but I don't know. Chris, should we do a poll? Or Kevin, should we get a poll going in chat and see if we should release it early? Yes, you're right, Chris. It wasn't you for once. It wasn't you leaking. We're all good there.
I don't know, Sawyer. We should stick to full stack, right? At 4 a.m. or something like that.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe we'll have to do a poll and see what people think. I don't know. Oh, there is the poll. Cool. So we'll let that run for a little bit, and we'll see how you guys are leaning towards. People saying show it again. Well, when we release it, we will. But anyway, we'll let that poll run for a little bit, and we'll try and ignore it and get to some other things and discussions here. Oh, boy. But at this point, I mean, everything as we pass the 24-hour mark, Roger, everything seems to be progressing, excuse me. The thing is just waiting for the ship to actually make its way out, which there is a road closure for that, right?
Yeah, I mean, we got a delay coming up here at the top of the hour, but it's SpaceX, so they kind of go when they go. But at least they do have to publish something there. So we're just all eyes peeled here on Mega Bay 2 to see if the ship comes out. I know we got the reporters on site. They got some better angles there. But as soon as we see anything, we'll definitely be on it, watching that thing go. Because, yeah, I'd love to see a launch in 24 hours, but you kind of need a ship to do that, don't you? I'm not up on all this rocket stuff, but I think that would be an essential part.
Oh, wait.
Minor detail.
I need to check that out. If everything is correct.
On the next spaceflight app, where you can go to the Starship page and it'll tell you everything that is already there and checked and ready to go for launch. That kind of thing, and what's needed for Flight 13, along with all the other information about the flight that you might need to know.
Let's see. Yeah, the only two that are not ticked are vehicle stack and ship 40 at the launch site. So good. It's corrected.
Yeah, kind of need that. It's a little important if you're launching a full stack to have a full stack.
Should I change that live? If it rolls out to the launch site and
oh, absolutely,
do the change here on stream? Yeah, I should do that. I'll do it. There you go.
We just need one thing for that.
To roll the ship out there.
Yeah, that minor detail.
Little, minor thing.
Yeah.
I got the tablet here.
Oh, yeah. What you got? Oh, you got the tablet ready to hit the check mark
I have
for
it
it.
here. I even have for illustration if it's needed, but I'm not fully set up.
Let me thank some people here. We'll get to more questions. Fockery787, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. A reminder, Capcom and above gets access to the NSF Discord. And hopefully we'll see you in there and chatting with us. And then Bideford with a $50 super chat. Again, Bideford, I hope everything's going well. Saying, release it now, all caps. Pretty please. My son is recovering thanks to everyone's prayers yesterday, so come on, all caps. Release the patch for healing Michael. I mean, Lindsay, give you a second to work on things in the background, because kind of sprung this a little early with the leak, but I guess if you guys want, which 72% say we should release it now. Wait, only 72? What are the other 28% waiting for?
They haven't liked the stream. That's what happened.
Oh, okay. But yes, Bideford, we're very glad to hear that your son is recovering. All the best. Kevin is wondering, by the way, Alex, do we know the status of the Indian Ocean assets?
Well, there is perhaps one that has already left for the landing site. I should say maybe splashdown site for the ship. And that one should be the one that should deploy all of the buoys and whatnot. At the current rate, I believe it was about on time, just cutting it close, like only a few hours before the launch. And so we'll see if it gets there on time. But, you know, they can always go to remote and book it, basically. But yeah, it's on its way, basically, yeah.
At least they've made their way out, so it's actually going. So that's a good thing. Well, I'm already seeing people somehow getting the patch. So I guess that's
if they get in the patch, wouldn't that appear on our panel?
That's what I'm saying. I may or may not have something in the panel here that has people that have already gotten it.
Well, that's not fair. They got that early. What happened? Did something broke?
Excuse me?
Huh? Who's that?
Is that Lindsay from the shop
Hello?
team?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, hi. So if you actually head over to the shop right now, because 70-some% of you said you were ready for it, and there's so many of you in here right now hanging out with us, I went ahead and put it up for all of you. It's there now, but if you're one of our members, we have a member reserve going on until tomorrow morning. So we will make sure you get your patch and all of that fun stuff. So if you're one of our members, and if you're not, no better time than the present to become one. But it is there now for you to go and shop. We have been working on it on the back end with our amazing designer, Jock. We love this design. So I wanted to go ahead and put it out here for you since y'all have been hyping it up.
Well, thank you, Lindsay. And I mean, yes, Jacques, who does all the patches with an amazing job here. And again, while members are guaranteed one, it is available now for anyone and everyone. So, again, they're not shipping just yet, but anyone can go online and get one for once they do start shipping. I mean, Lindsay, I love this lucky number 13 design here.
Oh yeah, and it's got some really cool features on it. We've got the redesigned hot stage interface, we've got the 3 grid fins, all types of really cool stuff, and of course, 13 engine landing burn is there, popping out of the border, because we couldn't miss that. It is such a cool design, and the colors are beautiful. Jock did an amazing job, and you can grab it in your patch and your pin, and that's available for everyone. So everybody can go and shop it, but our members do have that reserve.
Yeah, so as long as you get it set by, what is it, before 8 a.m. Central tomorrow?
Yep, before we start the
for members?
Launch live stream tomorrow morning, there'll be a final reminder to our members for that. Yep.
There you go. So yes, hopefully the members will be able to get theirs. But again, everyone can go and get it at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. I love, again, the 13 engine burn for Flight 13. Look, I mean, it's perfect. And hopefully we get to actually see that this time if all goes well with the successful boost back burn on this flight, something we missed on the last one. And can I just point out, my favorite thing that I saw in this is by far the fact that you have the cryogenic lines. You can see the propellant lines as it's
Yes.
coming back in that they've lowered, but they're still there, like on the real vehicle.
Yes, Jock made sure that that was something that we highlighted on there, so I was really, really excited to see that. He did awesome with that. And I have to mention this because we've worked with these and tried these out, and so I'm super excited. So with the patch design, we also released some new if you get really hot during the summer and say like a cotton shirt gets really hot, they've tested these out in the field. These are lightweight solar shirts that keep them breathable. Also have our patch on the back. They are super, super cool shirts, and you won't just die of like heat in these shirts. So make sure you check that out in the collection too. They are super nice. And if you see some of our running around in Starbase right now over the next few days, they might have one on. They're pretty cool.
And I'm sorry for this, Sawyer, but I'm reading chat as we're talking about this, and so people, I see some folks wondering like, what's the angle that this is looking like? What's that blue? Is that the sky or the water? And I believe it's the sky, right? It's sort of like looking up to the booster as it does the landing burn, right? And yeah, that's super cool. 13 engines for the landing burn, and that's flight 13. So yeah, that's nice.
Exactly. A little play, and it's my lucky number. So I selfishly really love this patch.
Lucky 13. And there's other stuff in the whole Starship Flight 13 collection, too, that you should also check out. We've got the etched tumblers. We've got the whiskey glasses. It's really awesome stuff. And they are NSF made. It's our own machines using those, right, Lindsay, for some of the tumbler and the whiskey glass?
Yep. Kristen and Dan work really hard on these, and so they are made right by the team, and they do a fantastic job. So massive shout out to Kristen and Dan for doing that for us.
Cool. Well, thank you, Lindsay, for letting us know of that. And again, go check out the collection at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. You can even see why Jacques chose the different colors that he did.
Yes, thanks for letting me hop on and hijack the stream for a second. But I hope everybody
Before
enjoys
you go,
their... Oh,
I see people asking about pins.
yes, pins. We have a pin. We have started doing pins with our patches. So if you are an enamel pin collector and you put pins on, I see people put them on guitar straps, or you can also grab our Starship NSF collector's mount and grab that. This will be minus the last two pins. But that is there for you to grab. We have a couple more of those remaining. So if you want to get one of those, grab them. They are a little bit more exclusive. So grab that full set if that's something you're interested in. Or you can, of course, grab individual pins. And the pin will be here about the same time as the patch will. They are really cool pins. I personally love them, and they're very high quality.
Thank you very much, Lindsay. And if you look right over the building there, peeking its nose out, we finally see Ship 40 on its way out of the Mega Bay.
It's very nosy, that ship. I think it was just jealous that we were talking about the booster because it's on the patch. It said, don't forget about me. I'm coming out. I'm rolling out to the pad. Don't worry.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And it's worth noting that it was kind of in there because we saw it sort of roll in last night as it now rolls out again. Roger, what would they be doing in there? And I'm guessing it's related to what's going to be one of the main objectives on the flight?
I was looking at the patch. So here, could you check me again on that one? What was the question?
Zang, what would it be doing inside the Mega Bay there ahead of launch? Possibly loading payload?
Oh, by all means, yeah. They got to get that. And I saw SpaceX published this video fairly recently, and they showed that. And one of our alumni was heavily involved in that process as far as getting those, dummy satellites in. I think we're having actual Starlinks going into the dispenser as well this time. That whole mechanism is just a wonder of itself. You look at all the engineering of the vehicle, but the inside to get the payload out, to get those ejected so they're not hitting each other. We saw that in sites. And it'll be interesting to see what they can do further with that platform. As far as it's a nice stacked platform, you got Starlink on it now. I think they've alluded to they could do data center type stuff on there, and maybe other types of payloads that go on that same flat stack pack and eject them out there. So they'll be getting that. We're looking forward to seeing, and hopefully we'll get some cameras, some more views coming out from as they get ejected and looking back on the ship, because that was just awesome from Flight 12.
Yeah, we had the 2 Dodger dogs, as they were called, on the last flight. I believe there are 6 of them this time, if I'm remembering right, Alex, that'll have cameras on it for analysis.
Yeah, in this flight, they're carrying 20 Starlink V3 satellites, but 6 of them are fitted with more cameras, I guess, and probably lights as well, because it's going to be dark out there. I actually brought up a bit of a prop here, if you allow me to be able to explain what they did yesterday, because the ship, it's sort of a weird way, the way that they load the Starlinks. This is like a Kleenex sort of thing. Imagine this is the box that they used to load the Starlinks, right? These box, it gets to the Star Factory basically and gets loaded with those Starlink satellites, as Roger was mentioning. Our own former colleague here at NSF, Thomas Burkhardt, is working on that as well. And they load the box and then they roll it out to Mega Bay 2. But the problem is, if the ship is in the way, it cannot roll into the bay. So what they do is they move the ship out of the way, and then they put the box inside of the bay. They grab it with a crane, lift it, roll the ship in, and then it gets loaded with the Starlinks. And so it's a weird way. I guess once they go to the Gigabay process, that'll probably be more optimized. Maybe have just one cell where they do that sort of thing. But in the meantime, this is what they gotta do for now.
Worth noting, Alex's box more real than the Exploration Upper Stages box. So,
That's
pointing that out. Cruel and unusual, maybe a little bit, but a reminder that Starship is part of the Artemis program and part of the architecture for it. With the landings of the Starship HLS variant set to bring humans back to the moon, and of course on Artemis 3 to have a demonstration vehicle that they will be able to rendezvous and dock with one of the ships up there. And it's worth noting, Alex, that these ships already have some of the infrastructure needed for the HLS variant, including, and probably most importantly, the eventual in-orbit refueling that they'll need to do. And in fact, we actually got brand new renders that just came out before the stream, and you can see this was from NASA of what they expect it to look like, Alex, on the Artemis 3 mission.
Yeah, I'm wondering exactly a few things out of that render. For example, the aft end of that ship is version 1. Not the cuties or anything like that, like the quick disconnects. Those are more or less accurate for the current version, but the bottom ring in particular, it's no longer that design. But yeah, there's a few elements in that render. I think it's more an artistic impression. Let's put it that way. I do still think that it's gonna be a nose-to-nose docking. I don't know why it's got flaps and tiles at all. It doesn't need those for this flight, and obviously, if it's docking to the nose cone to the front, it's also not gonna carry any LOX header tanks, and so it cannot land because it uses those for landing. So. Yeah, we'll see what the actual ship, when it's built, looks like. There's at least one nose cone. So there's a full nose cone hole at the Star Factory where you can see the nose cones out there sort of facing the road through the windows. And there's one in particular that it's sort of like further down the production line, if you will. It's sort of like a chain there, right? And it's further down the line, but it doesn't have any header tanks, which is it's quite interesting. Let's put it that way. And we don't know what is going on with that one, but who knows? Maybe it's HLS related. We'll see.
Exactly. Yeah, that header tank issue is, I think, what a lot of us were discussing as soon as we saw that. Of like, wait a minute, doesn't it need those tanks to the top for stability as it's coming back in to re-enter?
Yeah.
Are they going to plan on having it try and do either a catch or a splashdown with it? Lots of questions. I think it's more questions than answers, if we're being honest.
Exactly. Yeah, they showed those renders. Again, I think they're largely more artist impressions than actual image renders. We'll see. Again, less than a year from that mission, hopefully. So we'll figure it out soon. Because this ship in particular, Ship 40, its nose cone, just to put an example here. We saw it, I think, at the beginning or like spring of 2025. So it's been a while. It's been a while. Probably even earlier than that.
It really has. And again, we also saw they released renders too for Blue, but this is a SpaceX Starship stream. So I figured I'd bring up the Starship part. And I'm sure when we get to it on a Flame Trench, we can discuss the Blue side of it and their Blue Moon V1.5 or Mark 1.5 that they plan on using for that. But again, we can see there, just above the X. X marks the spot where behind it is Ship 40. Getting ready to roll out. At this point, the payload should be installed. The flight termination system, should also be installed, correct?
You're asking them that to me?
Either you or Roger, yeah.
Yeah, I can take that one if you want. Yeah, so system, obviously, that was probably already installed before the box rolled in. I wouldn't be surprised if that was done even like several days ago. But yeah, one of the key questions is whether they got any decals or whatever it's pronounced. I'm sorry, I'm really terrible at some words in English, but
you're right.
Yeah. But yeah, like all of the stickers basically that they sometimes put on some of these ships and whatnot. When it rolled out yesterday from Mega Bay 2, they were working on some of the places that we know of that they sort of apply some of these stickers. But then our team went out there sort of to the back of Mega Bay 2, and you could see a little bit of the front of the vehicle, and there were no stickers. So we'll see about that.
What about the stickers? That's the most important thing. The stickers add speed. Just like how the LEDs on computers make them go faster and work better. But yeah, again, we'll have to see once it actually gets out to the road and gets into the view of our cameras. So that's why the view is the way it is. We gotta wait for it to roll and actually get out to the cameras, and that's when we'll be able to see all the beautiful details of it and things as it rolls on those SPMTs. Which I did just see a question come in asking, how do they manage the rotational alignment of ship and booster from SPMT to the chopstick lift and turn, then down to the pad? It seems that would be extremely difficult to align for proper connection to the SQD. I mean, Roger, the people that drive these SPMTs are really good at what they do.
Yeah, and the SPMTs are just a marvel in themselves to be able to get these vehicles down there. You think about how tall they are and not tip over. And as we all know, that road is not the best. It also has crowns in it, so they are adjusting not only for the dips in the road, the tip from side to side on the road, say from the center of the road out to the edges. So they're all taking that into account. Plus, they're so bottom heavy. I think there's 40, 50 tons of crane weights on either end of the thing to keep it bottom heavy there. But I no doubt, I mean, these are some pretty smart folks. I think they got to figure out how they're going to put it on the stand so they know it's facing the right way once it gets down there. So they'll be in good shape down there.
It reminds me a bit of back in the shuttle days with the shuttle carrier aircraft when they had the the thing on top of it that's basically tile side down to put the shuttle the right way, even though you would put it upside down. It was just a little funny joke they had on there.
It's also important to mention that they have like marks on the concrete pad next to the launch mount where they place the stand with the SPMTs and everything. They have the marks of where they need to be, and also the stand is sort of connected down to the pad as well for the operation, because they need to release the clamps on both the ship stand and the booster stand. So there's actual connections to the pad systems. If you don't do that sort of thing, because it's misaligned, then the whole operation doesn't work in the first place. Then when the ship is lifted, then it also needs to attach to the booster as well. It's got clamps that hold together the two stages. And so if that doesn't work, then the next step, which is connecting the quick disconnect, it also doesn't work, because everything is aligned to each other, right? It's all interconnected and everything, and interaligned and all that stuff. And so if it doesn't connect to one thing, it doesn't connect to the other, and all the different things. And so that's how that they are actually in the right location and right alignment. And they have sensors and cameras and whatnot to be able to gauge whether they are actually in the right location or not.
And sorry if I may, you're seeing lots of people here on our cameras that are out there. This is what's just so surreal about Starbase, is getting this close to this vehicle's coming down the road here. And as it comes out on Remedios, I guarantee you there's probably a couple hundred people sitting there. I mean, for booster, for Flight 12, we were sitting out there late at night. There were lawn chairs, there were dogs, people, there were kids just watching this thing, and you were within a couple, maybe 3 meters of it going down the road, and you see this thing coming down that basically aisleway by the Gigabay on that road and make that turn, and the ship also. So by all means, folks, if you ever get a chance to go down there and see this thing, you will, it's a memory of a lifetime.
Yeah, I have yet to do that, but I'm waiting for it to happen to be able to actually go out there and see it roll down. But it's nice to see people out there and excited again about something like this. You know, to see all those hundreds of people. If you watch the Critical Path video, you know, all of the employees as well gathering at the windows of the office are literally going out and taking pictures with it before they roll out with this huge booster and the large ship as well. I mean, Starship is the largest rocket launched, so it's a big boy for a reason.
Yeah,
But
and it's such an amazing community down there. I got to attribute this to our good buddy Jack. He phrased it to me, this is like a music festival with rockets. You see people from all over the world. I've been, benefit of, I mean, I can't name all the countries of the people I said. Older people, my age, younger people and kids, all amazed that they can see this and experience this thing. It's again, just a great community down there, and it's so wonderful to be able to share it with everybody.
And we're glad to have all of you with us to enjoy all of this together and to share it with, because otherwise we'd just be talking to ourselves about this stuff, which, I mean, yeah, whether people are there or not, our neighbors, I'm sure my cat would be giving me weird looks, but I'd still be commentating on it anyway. It's just nice to have people to talk to and talk with.
Yeah, my dog's been to 3 launches, just flexing there.
Wow, Roger Flex coming in. What's your dog's name?
Chrissy, and those are Expanse fans will know where that name comes from.
So Chrissy Flex then, in that case, not a Sawyer Flex. Oh boy. All right, I saw someone bring it up asking about merch from it, but I'm going to turn it into a legit question of, Alex, do you think the gateway sign survives?
Well, it's not there anymore. It
Right.
got torn apart on the previous one. What I'm wondering about, they poured just like a few hours ago some concrete on a new wall that is like straight to the north from the launch mount. Like it's less than 200 meters away, I think. And on the last flight, it was definitely on the line of fire of the shock waves. So I'm wondering, and also, just saying for the people in the field, if anybody you can hear me or anything like that, probably not, because they're very busy. Just saying, it's probably also in the line of fire of the danger lot. So yeah, we'll see if there's no concrete flying off from this flight and hitting all of the other folks out there. But that's why it's called danger lot. So
I do miss the gateway that was left afterwards, but yeah.
Better than catway to Mars, I guess, because they will be full of scratches.
Well, here's the other question. Sergeant Bash I saw in chat saying, all right, who's got bets on the Sharpie surviving?
Well, did it survive Flight 12? Because I think that video in particular was recorded before Flight 12, right? So
that's the real question, if it got to the melting point of Sharpie. Again, if you haven't seen the Critical Path video, they have different metals inside the flame trench area, and that way they know how hot it got to see which metals melted at which point. And the hope is that none of them melt, which means that everything survives underneath it. But they joked that the one next to it written on the concrete was in Sharpie, and if it melts that off, then it's the melting point of a Sharpie. We shall see. Again, we shall also see when this starts moving, because they are within the closure window that they have. So the road delay is listed from any time between 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Central Time and it is now 6:15 p.m. Central Time in Starbase.
Let's hope it doesn't go to 10 p.m.
I very much hope so.
Yeah, it shouldn't take that long. Yeah, once it hits the road, what I think we were saying with booster, it was about 50 minutes or so, because I think it goes about 2 miles an hour, a little bit more than that, and they've got this down to a science. So yeah, it's gonna be trucking pretty fast.
I gotta say,
So-
last night it felt like it was closer to 5 miles an hour at that rate.
I'm reading chat, Sawyer, and people are saying that, you know, Sharpies are not called permanent markers for a reason. I was thinking, you know, load-bearing Sharpie marks.
Oh,
Because
jeez.
it's permanent marker, right?
Yeah.
So it's always there, even if they destroy the tank, the flame trench, even if it just blows up, then it stays there, the Sharpie marks.
You know what? Forget putting a decal or a sticker on it with Ship 40. Just write it in Sharpie. It'll survive.
Yeah, put Sharpie over all of the well lines, and it survives.
Yeah, exactly. We don't need to paint anything. Just cover the entire ship in Sharpie. Oh, man. Well, I know one thing that'll hopefully get it to move. And that is running through all the people getting the patch so I can thank some people here. Last time, once we did the reveal, that was when it came out of the Mega Base. So hopefully, once I do that, that means it'll start rolling. That's logic, right? Here we go. Putting Jay Keegan's panel to the test and the new graphics to the test. Jared saying, well, it's already broken for me. Let me refresh. There we go. Saying, let's go. Scroll me all the way down. Anonymous, Hootie Hoot. Cole saying, got mine. There we go. It's getting there. John, another one for the collection. Let's light this candle. Cameron, by the way, becoming a Capcom member. Again, Capcom and above gets access to the NSF Discord. And a reminder that any level of membership is really going to be awesome for launch day when you get the behind-the-scenes view and the members multi-view. Eric saying, thanks for all the great coverage. I do like how it comes up the little circle in the corner. I'm just saying, look at that. That's cool. It actually fits the size. It's not just a box around it. Jeffrey, this is awesome. Tim saying, love a good leaker. Mr. saying, awesome. Thank you so much for releasing now. Makes up for England losing to Argentina. Boo hiss. Patrick. Yeah, apologies to all the England fans out there.
Don't worry, we'll win Argentina.
Yeah. Roger saying, love the stream with the pin and patch. Not you, Roger, right?
No, it was me.
That was you?
Yeah, I gotta get the collection. Gotta get them all.
I love it. She should have just said hi to myself on stream. That would have been funny. Richard, Go Flight 13, good luck. John, patches are beautiful and launch coverage is top notch. Thank you. We do our best. Anonymous, let's go Flight 13. Time to check all the boxes. Alex, almost time to check all of them.
Almost time, yeah.
You have to set a new trend. No stack equals new patch released. Yeah, how about we release the patch for Flight 14, 3 weeks after when we don't know anything about the flight. Connor saying fantastic as usual. Tom, mine. I don't know why I said that like from Finding Nemo, but Suknor saying let's go Flight 13 and NSF team. Looking forward to the streams. Will, keeping the set complete. Gareth, darn you, I swore 12 was my limit. Great work as always. James, love you NSF. David, love watching you all. Alex, pin and patch collector's pack when? I mean, problem is we don't have any of the other patches that are sold out. We don't remake them, so that's kind of the problem with that. Carson, you guys rock. Let's go Flight 13. Elmar, waiting for it. Thank you. Anonymous, gotta have them all. Better than Pokemon, right? Gotta catch them all for.
Is that an
flight
announcement
patches.
on the pad? I heard the thing, the whatever. It's the the sound for the PA.
We need to see if someone heard that or listened back. I'm going to keep speed running a bunch of these on screen because there's so many of them. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to every single thank you on them, as we, of course, also want to get to questions and discuss things too. But I will be flashing them across the screen as we continue on here. Thank you again to everyone. In case you didn't know, it's pinned in chat. The Flight 13 patch and pins and all of the other merch that comes with it is now available. Let's see here. Lincoln is wondering, Alex, did SpaceX say why the Flight 12 booster flipped the wrong direction?
They didn't specifically mention it, but we can imagine it because they did say that they are sort of trying to do a different. I'm trying to look here the exact verbiage here. Yeah, the startup sequence, slight differences in engine startup on the ship caused the directional flip of the booster to be off. So yeah, it was the engine startup. We already sort of imagined that based on the graphics on their webcast when that happened. That they said we're gonna light up the six engines in a way that it's like 3 RVACs, then one of the sea levels, and then the other 2 sea levels at the end, and didn't work that way. They actually did like 2 of the RVACs and like 1 of the sea levels. It was a weird way that it happened in the end. I think the timings, like the problem with timing the engine ignition is that it's also timed with stage separation in between. Like stage separation happens in between of those ignitions, and so the sequencing matters quite a lot. And it may be I'm trying to be a little bit more in depth in this because it's subtle. That one thing is sending the command to the engines to ignite, and then when the engines actually reach their power, right, their full power, and actually go in and ignite. And so there might be slight differences there, and that's why they talk about slight differences in engine startup on the ship. So that is very important to nail down. And one of the things that they've done for this flight is the way that they've set it up is, from the get-go, the first 2 engines that ignite, wow, that's, the first 2 engines that ignite are the 2 top RVAC engines, and those already straight out the gate should already impart like a differential thrust against the booster for that flip. After that, they also hit another of the sea levels on the same side of the ship as well to further push out, and then they light up the remaining engines. But yeah, that was Ship 39. Yeah, I'm now sitting down, by the way. It's too long standing up.
It sounded like a ghost. Ooh, it's a ghost! The ghost of Ship 39! Woo! I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, don't mind me.
Looks like
I'm
there's
just
a lift
excited.
up there. I was looking at that. It was also kind of distracting for me as I was explaining that. Yeah, might be doing final little things here and there.
Yeah, what might they be doing there?
Seems like they are above where the payload bay door is located. Maybe they're installing the SpaceX sticker. That will be around the location where that should be, I think.
Live decal application right here on stream.
So we're here for the long run. If they're installing any stickers now.
Yeah, we'll see if it's the SpaceX, if they put S40, and if they put any other fun surprises on it. Because we had the banana. That one was cool. Which I did see someone ask. I think it was last night actually. Of would they do a 0G indicator inside Starship? I don't know, Roger, do you think they would ever do that? Because, I mean, the banana was kind of tied down when they did it. And if so, what do you think they would do?
Yeah, it definitely would be something tethered. I don't know what it would be. I always thought if they needed a payload, there's a certain kind of mildly used minivan out there by Starbase that we could maybe load up. I thought that'd be cool. It's not a Tesla, but what the heck. Yeah, I'm sure they'll do something. I mean, it's SpaceX. They launch cheese and cars into space. You know, we put bananas in there. You definitely don't want anything floating loose in there, but I'm sure for some sort of laugh, they're going to put something and who knows what it'll be. But in doing SpaceX, it'll be something pretty humorous.
I mean, we had the Wheel of Cheese originally as a reference to the Monty Python cheese sketch for Dragon. Falcon Heavy, we had the Tesla Roadster. So I don't know how you go much bigger than that, especially when you have something as large as this, which can carry a lot of mass, but at the same time also has to fit inside of the Pez dispenser. It's a very unique shape that it has to fit into, at least as of now. So obviously we have, on this one, we don't have the Dumblinks or the Starlink mass simulators or even the Dodger Dogs. We have 6 Starlink V3 satellites that are actually set to launch, or 20 satellites set to launch on this, 6 of which will have cameras on board. So, I mean, that is, it's not a zero-G indicator, but it's a cool payload.
I'm looking for the,
Yep.
you know, hopefully when they get onto orbit that they can actually do those photographs in the daylight. I mean, it's cool to see it, but, you know, in the trajectory, they need to have the daylight for the ship landing. But, yeah, if we get a daylight shot of that vehicle from that perspective, that's just going to be killer.
Oh, yeah. Now, one thing I noticed during the roll of the booster last night, Alex, was that one of the segments of it looked like it had a welded shut Pez dispenser door on it.
Nah, it's
Was
not.
I seeing that right?
It's just a bracket for the landing tank inside. It's been there on Booster 19 and the unfortunately demised Booster 18 that also carried that one. In fact, I think we sort of saw a lot of those internals thanks to Booster 18. So yeah, but yeah, it's not a Pez dispenser. It just happens to have a similar shape because it's sort of like a curved bracket around the booster, right? And yeah, it just looks about like that because the payload bay door is at the end of the day sort of like a basically you just put a rounded rectangular hole on the ship, right? And so it pretty much looks a lot like it just because of the geometry of the whole thing. But yeah, it's not any Pez door or anything like that. It's just a bracket. You can see similar brackets as well, for example, on Falcon 9 barrels for things that they have installed inside like COPVs and whatnot. And in fact, most of the time we can guess where things are located inside rockets because of the welding lines that they have on the outside for brackets and mounting points and things like that. Or stringers, if they also have those, like Starship has hundreds of those across both vehicles. So, yeah.
Yeah, this is the view from the rollout last night from our stream. And also, why Pez dispenser shaped if not Pez dispenser?
I think it's actually a little bit thinner. Like it's just like rounded, right? And so it's got that shape, but it's actually a little bit thinner if I'm not mistaken. You see the size of the Pez dispenser door? It's almost like a full ring tall. This is like half of a ring.
Just make it extra flat pack, that's all.
Starlink V3 Mini. Or should it be light?
We were talking about this. Do we still call them V2? There was never really a launched V2 regular.
I'm on the side that they should be still V2 Minis because at one point there was a regular V2. They just never got to launch it. Just like Tintin A and Tintin B were actually called Microsat 2A and Microsat 2B because at one point there was Microsat 1A and Microsat 1B, another pair of older Starlink prototype satellites that never got to launch. So, yeah, there you go. A bit of history.
I remember back in the day when I was doing some of the daily videos that Thomas now edits. I would fill them in while Jack was doing some too. And he got them unloading all of those Starlink V2s into one of the buildings that they had there, which I don't even know if that building exists anymore at Starbase.
I don't think so. I think it was removed at one point.
Oh, yeah. Because if SpaceX builds something and it lasts longer than 2 years, it's a miracle. Here's a question from Roxy5265, and I'll throw this to everyone. I'll start with you, Roger. They're asking, if Flight 13 goes well, both on the ship and booster side, do you expect a fully fledged orbital flight for Flight 14?
Well, Ms. Shotwell, when during the IPO thing was on, I think it was CNBC, was talking about the possibility of that. It might be one of these things, kind of what they do, say with the Falcon 9 landing. They aim for it. If it's all good, they go for the landing. Now, take that into the perspective of an orbit. So you get the ship; it's in good, stable condition. They do a test flight, and all's looking good. They go for it. If not, they're in the same boat they are in the other launches, and it just re-enters over the Indian Ocean. So I could see it going that way, just as to test. But when that happens, that's going to be a major milestone. I mean, and that's the thing. We got to get these things orbital. We got to get a multiple orbital. So not only for the missions, but for fueling and things like that. I don't know if there's anything on the booster. Hopefully they'll have a good boost back, and they'll get the Flight 12 issues resolved coming down for this. And SpaceX being SpaceX, it's like I still go back to, we'd finish Flight 4, and Elon comes on, hey, we're going to catch the booster on Flight 5, and we're all just laughing. There's absolutely no way to do that, and they did it. And so that may well happen. If all's good, they will go for that. I don't think we're ready for a ship catch or anything like that yet. That might be a few flights down the road. But hopefully they can, start getting the boosters coming back, because they got to get some over to Florida so they can start working on 39A.
Yeah, that's the other thing I want to ask you about, Roger, is in that same update from Gwen Shotwell, she basically said the plan is Flight 14 goes orbital, and then 15 launches from the Space Coast in Florida. Do you think Flight 15 continues that model then, and that launches from Florida, assuming, again, all goes well with this flight and Flight 14?
Yeah, I think so. By that time, we're looking a few flights in, at least for Pad 2 and the version 3 vehicles, from Texas. You're getting a level of maturity that you're getting a lot more confidence in. The more you fly, the more you know, the more you don't know, and you fix it. So, they're going to have, those under their wing. They're going to be able to, go through probably some teething pains at 39A to start with. But kind of what we saw in the last video from SpaceX that comes out, the great thing is now you've got two mature pads at the same level. For Flight 12, they needed a part. Hey, guess what? We've got this launch pad in Florida. We'll just steal the part from there. We don't need it right now. We'll ship it to Texas. We'll get it installed and go. And that's just going to continue and continue and continue. So, yeah, I think you're going to, get some good flights out of there. And the best part is you start flying to Florida, you start building up a fleet of boosters. You can get the ships if you have in ship catches. You can do the mission, like I said before. You fly the mission from Texas, and you just bring the ship down in Florida, and then you start building up these fleets on either coast, and that just gets the ball rolling.
I mean, yeah, it's obviously critical for what SpaceX wants to do, and especially to be able to start getting HLS and get the tanker test going. I would imagine those would launch from Florida. Alex, what do you think? Do you think if all goes well with all the flights, that Gwen's plan comes to fruition, 14 being orbital from Starbase and 15 launching from Florida?
I mean, yeah, if it goes well, if it goes, pretty much perfect, right? Yeah, go to orbit, catch both the booster and the ship, and start operational missions. Like that will be the ideal, right? That this flight goes perfect in all aspects. Like the booster does its splashdown on the Gulf, and then the Indian Ocean also doing the splashdown, and they get a good data out of both and everything, and no weird hiccups and things like that. I think there's already so much ticked down in terms of the list of milestones that they've got. If they were to do a perfect Flight 13, that Flight 14, if it doesn't have a full flight profile, I think it would be a little bit disappointing, to be honest. I think it should be already an orbital flight. At least the booster catch should occur by then. that's my take. We'll see if they also catch the ship. I think it should, because they've done already 2. Like by then they will have already done 2 ship splashdowns. There's also some paperwork out there that maybe implies that they might also return the ship in a really short time frame. It's like some paperwork talking about a ship recovery demonstration or something like that. Ship return demonstration is called in some of this paperwork. So it could also be Flight 14 if Flight 13 goes perfect. But again, the flight needs to be perfect. So we'll see.
I mean, that's the goal. That's what we're hoping to see. Under 24 hours from now is to see that launch. But the other thing to keep in mind is it's SpaceX. They're not going to launch unless everything is ready to go. But they do have a window, right, Alex?
Yeah, so the launch window tomorrow opens at 5:45 p.m. Central and runs until 7:15 p.m. Central. It is a 90-minute window, basically an hour and a half window, for them to be able to try and launch Starship tomorrow.
So they've got time to get everything set and worked out. But once they do fuel, they're limited to, I believe it's about 15 minutes. Which, it's for having the super chilled propellants is better than Falcon 9, which has 1 second essentially of hold time once you start fueling it. So either it goes or it doesn't. Whereas this, you have at least a 15-minute window. And the other thing, Roger, that I know I keep bringing this up, but it's still mind-boggling to me, is with the times that SpaceX has for fueling and prop load to begin on Starship, it is only about, a minute and 40 seconds longer than a Falcon 9 propellant load, and is majorly larger in size.
Yeah. Again, you're right. It's mind-boggling. Again, I love the rockets. I am totally amazed by the pipe fitters and the people that do the valves and these pumps. You're dealing with cryogenic fuel at that volume. Those valves have to work. My car doesn't like 30 degrees outside. It doesn't start. And this thing's working at 200, 250 degrees below zero, getting these pipes going. And then, what you said, Sawyer, there's a Falcon 9 inside this thing as far as in the transfer tube. 5,000 tons in 30 minutes. Again, that is pushing that technology just to the ultimate limit, and just hats off to all that's involved just getting that part of this whole organization and this project going.
Yeah, seriously. So prop load begins on Falcon 9 at T-minus 35 minutes with the Stage 1 LOX and RP-1 load and the Stage 2 RP-1 load. For tomorrow's flight, prop load begins at T-minus 37 minutes and 30 seconds with the ship oxygen LOX load. 30 seconds later, they start the booster LOX load, and at T-minus 35 minutes and 25 seconds, so only 25 seconds after they would have started, or 25 seconds before they would start prop load on Falcon 9, they start loading in the booster methane, and then the ship fuel load begins at 34 minutes and 48 seconds. So technically, when all of the fueling is underway, it's only 12 seconds when they start propellant load on Falcon 9.
And it's also amazing as they fuel, you visibly can watch the frost rise up this thing. It's like, the rockets, and sure, better than I do on the Falcon 9. You see the frost, and you look around, and okay, it's a little higher. This, you're actually watching it grow as it's getting fueled. Again, the volumes that they're dealing with, that stuff is just amazing.
It's impressive how fast they've gotten. And the crazy thing is, I think it's safe to say, they will find a way to make it go faster somehow. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a time when we have a Falcon 9 and Starship loading propellants at the same time and filling at the same time. Just putting it out there. It's SpaceX. I wouldn't put it past them to have all the upgrades to both the ground architecture as well as all of the pipes and everything that goes into Starship to make that happen.
Yeah. And that also kind of alludes, I don't we talked about it much on definitely in this stream, is the air separation unit they're putting in. Fuel is such a big commodity, and we've talked about the tanker trucks that come in and the hundreds and hundreds of tanker trucks that are needed to fuel this vehicle. Now you can kind of see in the background the separation unit for all the commodities, the liquid oxygen will be going. I think they're also working on the liquid metal, and that will further increase that cadence. So you're not waiting on tanker trucks or transportation. You can get those commodities made on site and delivered a lot faster, and that should greatly improve the cadence as well.
Oh man, we are now coming up on 23 hours to go until the opening of that launch window. By the way, I do just want to point out, you mentioned the frost lines. If you didn't know, we released the Flight 13 patch just a short time ago, and yeah, if you take a look at the one there on the screen, it actually has the frost lines on it. So just pointing that out in the Flight 13 patch of the Jacques design, you can see the frost lines as it comes in for that 13 engine landing burn, or in this case, it'll be landing to splash down in the Gulf if all goes well. Kal-El is asking Alex if these are real satellites they're putting up. How long is it going to stay up there, and is it going to re-enter with the ship?
They're going to be re-entering with the ship, yeah. So it's going to be just 20 minutes or so. I believe on the latest flight, because the ship didn't relight of the engines, then the satellites were very close by, so we could see the trails. As the ship was re-entering, you could see in the background the sort of the trails of the Starlinks burning up, or sort of the simulators, I should say, because in that one was just only 2 modified Starlink V2 minis, the Dodger Dogs, and then 20 simulators. For this one, I assume we won't see it if the relight works as planned, because it's gonna be, you know, quite a distance away. It's a very short burn, but it should be enough that, you know, over time, in the 20 minutes or so, that I think it's more closer to like 10 in between the burn and the re-enter. But for that matter, it's still a good distance that they can put in between both, and maybe we will not see it. But I'm gonna keep an eye on that, because that should be happening in about 24 hours.
Yeah.
I think the re-entry should be in about 24 hours if they launch at the top of the window.
And I mean, it's also worth noting, they did kind of say that they're not just putting the Starlinks up and have them do nothing, kind of like they did on Flight 12 with the simulators. These actually, they plan to do testing with them for that, 20 minutes or so that they're deployed.
Yeah, exactly. So the satellites will deploy their own solar panels. They have sort of like a wing shape of sorts. It sort of deploys, and there's like 2 sides of the solar panel that deploys, and then that'll be one of the tests. The other one as well is connecting to the existing Starlink constellation through the laser links. Right, the satellites talk to each other with the lasers, and then they talk to the ground with the main phased array antennas. At the beginning, when they first published the page for Flight 13, the website did say that they were going to be talking to a ground station in South Africa, but it no longer says that. So I'm wondering if they're just removing that, or they're just not guaranteeing that they might be able to do that sort of thing. But we'll see. Definitely, if they are real V3 satellites, then they'll obviously have also things like gyroscopes and even the Hall effect thrusters and things like that. Of course, for anybody wondering, can they raise their orbits? No, those thrusters are way too weak. In 20 minutes, it's not even like you probably don't get maybe like 2 meters per second, maybe at most, out of those. I should probably calculate that, but yeah, it's nothing. You don't get much, very little time.
Yeah, as we've all learned, doing math live on stream is dangerous. Don't math and stream, folks.
It's also late.
Luck was asking, didn't a ship static fire soon after or before a Falcon 9 launch, and it was a double-header stream? I think that was actually a wet dress rehearsal for Artemis, while there was something going on at Starbase. I think that's what that was. Where it was both at the same time, and I was dual commentating because they went into the T-minus 10-minute terminal count on Artemis about the same time Was that a?
And there was a Starlink from Slick 40 going on.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, let me check.
I don't remember if we did one where it was Falcon and Starship doubleheader, but I remember the doubleheader of Starship and Artemis happening for that wet dress right at the same time. I know Alex will be checking nextspaceflight.com and the Next Spaceflight app for that.
I'm actually checking my own spreadsheet because it's a bit faster for the purposes of this. It was, oh man, quite a while ago, February 20th, right? So that means that was Starlink 1036.
Yeah.
Well, it was 19th local for Eastern time, but 20th in UTC.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it kind of counts
Ooh.
as doubleheader-ish, given that you've got the
And-
Tranche 1 mission coming up.
And I think that was also the second one that did the Bahamas landing.
Yes.
Okay,
But yeah,
yeah.
I mean,
wow. That was a
technically,
long while ago.
there is a Falcon 9 launch during, right before the T-minus 1 hour mark tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been quite often that they've been launching these things. Yeah, we've had a
Like,
few
yeah.
Starlinks before, but yeah.
We'll see if we end up double streaming on the main launch broadcast tomorrow, which, by the way, our stakeout stream and launch broadcast streams are already hosted, so you can hit remind me so you know when we go live for that coverage so you don't forget. But yeah, 1:24 p.m., which is 3:24 p.m. Starbase time. So who knows?
And a little bit before 2 hours to the Starship launch.
Yeah. Fighting Falcon is asking, do we know if the top of the Gigabay in the Cape is going to be a new launch control center? I mean, right now they do have launch control centers at Roberts Road already, which is the same area where that new Gigabay is being built. But that is, I believe, over at Hangar X2, if I'm remembering rightly. I feel like we would see something kind of similar to what we have here, because, I mean, Roger, here at Starbase, they have kind of top levels now on some of the bays, right?
Yeah, they do, but I think if we see in the videos that have come out recently, they're actually broadcasting, or their control is in the office building itself, looking out, rather than in the bays themselves. And they have more control, more infrastructure that are in there, and not in a factory environment. So, yeah, we have to see. I mean, does it make sense for SpaceX? They do have, like I say, they have infrastructure right there for the Falcon 9, for all the crewed missions, the cargo missions. Does duplicating that in the Gigabay buy them anything? Again, that's a SpaceX decision if they want to do that. View-wise, again, so as far as distances, I don't know. It's one thing at Starbase as far as the view from the Gigabay would, spectacular because of the height, but I don't know. Would you have a decent view of 37 or 39 from the top of the Gigabay from where it's at? Does that get you anything?
I think it does, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much a straight down view to 37. It's slightly diagonal to 39A, but there's no major tall buildings blocking it from where Roberts Road is located there. So I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they use that as a way to host VIPs for launch viewing kind of deal. But in terms of actually having a launch control center there, I don't know. That seems like more of a SpaceX kind of party environment. Because I remember it was before one of the launches where they had like this whole party going on at the top of one of the mega bays where they had the area up there. So.
And this is that Florida Gigabay out there at the Kennedy Space Center. And I believe the official render that we saw from SpaceX ahead of, sort of starting this construction was that it was going to have like a strip of windows at the top level. Like it was not going to be all window like we see at the mega base, which is like all sides of the mega base have windows facing everywhere. In that case, it was sort of like just the corner that we see there without any cladding. It's that one that show windows. So I'm really interested to see if that gap there is because that's where those windows will be located for real, or just they haven't gotten to install the cladding yet in that area. We'll see. But that side should face the launch pads. That's for sure.
I mean, that corner is kind of facing the wrong way for it. I mean, if it would maybe
Should be facing east.
More towards the corner there, it would be east, if I'm looking at it rightly. Because that might be okay for 37, but it's looking away from 39, because the camera that's shot from was located at the Launch Complex 39 press site, so... I don't know. It's
We'll
SpaceX. They'll figure it out. And if you're wondering what we're talking about, we did do a Space Coast flyover, and you can see it there.
Yep. Are we preparing what's on the back channel? I'm curious.
I don't know. We'll have to see.
You could call it a Space Coast update of sorts.
Here's one from Steelers fan while Kevin does his thing. They're asking, is there a certain time, like at T-minus 12 hours, where the ship needs to be stacked by? They feel like Ship 40 may be cutting it close, depending on when it rolls. I mean, Roger, I think the main thing is basically it would all have to be done before the road closes, right?
Yeah, I would think so. I'm sure there's internals to SpaceX where they got deadlines that we're not privy to on that, just for, flight checkouts, that go through before fueling. There's going to be a whole sequence for that. Yeah, I'm sure there's a cutoff. I just don't know if I can speak to as far as exactly when that would be and how close they're going to be cutting this. But it sure does seem like it's close. And again, it's SpaceX. We will see. They pulled off a lot of stuff out of their hat in the past.
They sure have. I mean, as I was pointing out earlier, the road closes at noon officially. Beach access and the Boca Chica beach closures on the city's website says July 16th, 12 p.m. till 8:30 p.m. Central Time. So we'll see. And now we continue to wait. Looks like they still have that lift near the booster, but we also see a lift in the bottom right of your screen. That is Slick 37A, Space Launch Complex 37A at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, of which SpaceX will be building two pads, one at 37A and one at 37B. And there you can see, it looks like they are getting ready soon to lift and stack the 7th segment of that launch tower, of which there's 9 segments?
9 segments.
Done that in a long time.
This one, sort of exclusive preview, if you will, from our own Julie Bergeron out there, that took this picture. And yeah, she's checking in every now and then. You should follow her on X, because she's doing these sort of checks of how the tower construction is going, and what module they're at in the process and whatnot. And so yeah, there's that launch tower almost about to receive its 7th out of 9 modules already out there. That's exciting. Almost complete now.
They've gone super quick with that. I think when we flew a couple weeks ago, they were on segment 3, and now that's 7 getting ready to lift. So, and that's the live view. A little bit blocked by the trees, but you could see the crane as they get ready to work on that. And again,
you kind of see.
Julie...
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Julie does a Battle of the Bays, where you see the Gigabay construction both at the Cape compared to our team at Starbase, who shoot that as well. So you get the kind of comparison of the sort of speed that they're going. So as part of checking in on all of the towers, also checking in on the bays. So you should check that out. And Julia's X will pop up on screen. What were you saying there, Alex?
Yeah, to add to what you said, she also checks on Blue Origin's renovations of LC-36, if you want to check that out as well, but also the Stoke and Relativity pads. I know this is Starship stream today, but shout out to that as well. But yeah, here you can see it's a little bit of the last segment that was installed, sort of behind the bushes there. At some point, once the tower is fully complete, you should see sort of the topmost portion of that tower peeking out of the little bit further up from the from the trees there. But yeah, hopefully we should also see like full stacks maybe in the future as well. Who knows? It'll be quite interesting.
It'll be
Hopefully.
interesting to see, with the lessons learned pads. If you go about pad 2, when they were getting to this point, it was about 20 months until we had the pad to the point where they could start putting vehicles in. So it'll be interesting to see if they can do that sooner than that. As they get more and more experience, it's a learning curve thing, and they're going to be building more pads, and they can get those turned around. It would be really great if they could get down to like 18 months or so on these things.
I mean, that would be exciting to get it down to that. Oh boy. Again, at this point, we are waiting for Ship 40 to do its thing and roll towards the launch pad. You can see the tip of it there and in the top right box. So it is out of the Mega Bay, but there's also that arm next to it doing some work. So hopefully that will then move out of its way and it will begin its roll down Highway 4. So I've been seeing some questions kind of about the basic mission part of things, if things will be caught, if things will be recovered. Roger, can you kind of give people a rundown of what the plan is for the launch, what's going to happen to each of the vehicles, and kind of just give a summary of what to expect?
Yeah, in some respects, it's going to be a repeat of Flight 12. So you're going to see vehicle liftoff. The main thing we want to see is how many engines. Hopefully all 33 are going to be firing and throughout the entire ascent stage of the flight. And we've seen they can lose some and they're to be okay, but it sure would be nice to see all 33. At the launch, keep your eyes peeled for those Mach diamonds. Those are just a sight to behold because of the Mach flow coming out of those engines. You get these beautiful diamond shape in the purple flames going there. The first milestone is max Q, the maximum dynamic pressure. That's a combination of speed and air pressure that the vehicle has to go through. That's the most pressure the forces that are going to be in that vehicle at any time during the flight. Then the next major thing is staging. So you see the hot staging. And this is a cool thing. If you're there at Starbase watching this thing, you can see the orange flames come out as the staging happens. You see them shoot out this beautiful ring of orange. Now, the key thing is what happens to the booster? Is it going to turn the correct way? Hopefully they figured out what the issues were on Flight 12, and the booster will get its correct orientation. At this point, the ship continues on. It is on, I guess you would technically call it a suborbital trajectory, and that will keep firing. In the meantime, the booster is going to be turning around and it's going to try to do a controlled re-entry and simulated landing out in the Gulf. So you'll see multiple engine firings to get it to a point where it's not quite hovering, but at a very, very slow velocity, a few hundred meters above the surface. At that point, they cut the engines and just let the booster fall because they want it to break up and they want big chunks of booster floating around in the Gulf. The ship will continue on. It'll continue through its flight regime. It will go to engine cutoff. At that point, it'll get into a coast phase. They'll put it through various exercises, probably pitch and roll. The next big event will be the opening of the payload bay, and that is always interesting. There's the internal and external views of the payload bay as you watch these Starlink satellites, these full-size versions, come up one at a time out the bay, getting the door closed. Hopefully then they will be able to do an engine relight. I may have that sequence as far as the engine relight, but that engine relight is just critical. It's not only to get the ship into final, when they go to orbit, is you got to make sure those engines are reliable to bring it back down for reentry. And at that point, it's pretty much probably going through a lot of various regime testing, especially during the entry interface as it's coming down. Again, they want to expand the envelope on the heat shield and see what works and how far they can push this thing. And then ultimately is to come down again to a precise landing in the Indian Ocean. And if you saw the SpaceX video, all the assets they put on there on those buoys to get the views of the heat shield coming down and the accuracy of this vehicle. And if you think about it, even back to the version 2s, the precision they already have achieved with getting that ship from its whole flight regime to the landing and the splashdown is actually quite remarkable, given the various challenges they've had. You think about, flaps almost burning through, engines not being, there, and still being able to make it. They have learned so much. I don't know, guys, have I missed anything in this whole flight plan?
Sounds to me like you got everything in. I think that's pretty good. Of course, if anyone has specific questions about that or anything, remember to tag us at NASASpaceflight or at NSF. Makes it easier for us to see all of them because there's over 4,000 of you here, and so sometimes messages can get lost. It helps us to identify the question specifically. Let me thank some people here, and then we will continue on with more of those questions, give you a chance to populate some new ones in there. Steve saying, thank you to everyone who had good thoughts for my brother Michael the last 2 days. We mean a lot to each other. Love to all. Yes, Steve, the son of Bideford, and yeah, again, hope everything's going with the family over there. Someone named Kevin said, I may be operating this stream, but I need to order my patch and pin. I wonder who that person could be.
I don't know.
No idea. But whoever they are, they're really smart for getting the new Flight 13 merch that just came out at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And a reminder, if you are a member, we will make sure you get a patch. Of course, all of this, assuming you get it in before 8 a.m. tomorrow, we will make sure you as a member get that patch.
Let's say the good taste that he's done lately.
Yes. Kevin Michael Reed may like Ship 26, but at least he knows where to get the awesome merch. But yeah, the design on it's amazing. You got to check out the patch. We also have the pins. We've got the pin collections. There's shirts. There's the lightweight sun shirts. I mean, I'm with you. Wearing all these cotton shirts in the Florida heat, it gets rough. So yeah, the lighter sun shirts are also a nice addition in there. And hopefully, if all goes well, you can cheers those whiskey glasses together after a successful flight. So check that out at the shop. Someone else got something in the shop that came with a question that I do want to ask as well. They said, thanks for all you do. Do you think, Alex, that SpaceX will iterate more on the orbital launch mount design for new launch pads? And do you have any plans for Louisiana Live when SpaceX starts there?
Well, I'll leave the last question for whenever Das appears in one of these live streams.
Yeah.
So, Anonymous, hold your question. Maybe we can tackle that at another time. That last question, the other one, I can tackle that one myself. But yeah, so right now what we're seeing is that the launch mount, by all means, is very much designed. There are small differences that we have seen in the launch mounts for like, for example, Pad 1 is getting a new launch mount. There's slight differences, quite small to be honest, to even care. The general big square thing with a rounded hole in the middle, right? That's sort of the kind of design that we're seeing so far on pretty much every launch pad that they're building right now. So I don't know if they're going to be changing that when they go to Louisiana. Maybe they change. Maybe they do more substantial changes. I think the basic design of the launch mount itself might not change. Maybe the flame trench, the diverter, and things like that might do change in the future, like with upgrades to the volume of water, especially if they update the thrust of Starship to be more powerful. Then that obviously might need more water to be able to protect the trench and, you know, stay sub-Sharpie, basically. But we'll see what happens. That's definitely out there as to whether that... Oh,
by the way, it's moving.
40 is moving, indeed.
There we go, the breaking news stinger there. You can see that the lift is going down with the people, and more importantly, the ship is going down towards Highway 4. So, SpaceX, keep it rolling, 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 rolling. What? Keep it rolling, rolling, rolling. And anyway, you get the point as it disappears there behind the Mega Bay. loaded up with those Starlink V3s. Again, we are not talking Starlink V3 simulators. We are not talking math simulators. We are talking actual operational Starlink V3 satellites. 6 of which will have cameras to do more observations of the vehicle and especially the heat shield once they deploy. And then hopefully soon, once they get orbital, we'll see them deploy them orbital. But yes, I saw someone say this better not be going back to the building. No, it's not going back in. It's going to be going around, right?
Yeah,
right,
that
Roger?
one is.
Oh yeah, yeah. Roger, can you kind of talk us through the path, since of the 3 of us here, you're the one that's been there.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of coming through this gap here between the 2 megabays there, and you can kind of see the old HLS nose cone. It's going to come like near there, and then starting heading to the right from this view down there. Yeah, I'm sure we have lots of photographers that are down there right at Remedios where it hits Highway 4. At that point, again, it's a great viewing spot, but at that point, it's going to make from it would be a left turn east down Highway 4 and make, Highway 4 is not exactly a straight shot, but it'll be going there. So it'll be, like I say, about 50 minutes from that point. So they just get it there. But those SPMTs, how they can turn that thing, and you watch those axles just, you're leveling, they're turning, the multiple steering as they're getting this just huge vehicle around a 90-degree bend is that's fascinating itself. Yeah, so it'll take a little bit to get down there. Turn. At this point, you have the police officers, and oddly enough, you're not going to believe this, there are cyber trucks down there that are blocking off the traffic and to get it by. But once it's passed, if you have your car there and you want to get in the parade, you can just pull in beside the thing and trail it down. I know we've had photographers and stuff do that, which is just kind of wild, and you can just follow the whole thing down to the launch pad.
That's the beauty of Starbase versus somewhere like at the Cape, where you would not be able to do that because it is inside a government facility and you need special access or badges or permission to even get through the gate. So yeah, not an option in Florida. Now the real question is, Alex, are we seeing decals on this?
It's got the very least the SpaceX X, which it didn't have yesterday. So that's positive. You can see like 2 black squares sort of at the bottom of the nose cone right there. So in the middle, that's where it's got the X logo.
It kind of looks like a face with those 2 dots, just saying. What are those, by the way? Those 2 black dots there and the random rest of the stainless steel.
Yeah, those 2 square dots, that's basically the 2 of the 4 Starlink antennas that the ship carries. There are another 2 sort of on the sides, right below the flaps, a bit below and behind. It's a weird location, but it makes sense because like those 2 in particular are very helpful when you are during re-entry, for example, because they're looking back, right, up into space. Basically, the shield is facing down on Earth and down to Earth, and then the non-heat shield side is facing up to space, so you can look at the satellites and transmit all the data and video that we see always very beautifully during re-entry. But for normal operations, the ship can be at any attitude, right? Like it can be facing maybe sideways to space instead of being just the metallic side. So it doesn't make sense to just have all of the Starlink antennas on one side if that side ends up not looking at the satellites up in space. And so they sort of tweaked where the location of those antennas will be and put 2 of the 4 of them sort of on the sides. That way, if the ship is sort of facing sideways, then it still has one connection at the very least. Always be connecting, ABC.
There you go. Yeah, it's amazing that we get those views as well. By the way, I see a bunch of people talking about songs now, like Heard It on the X, ZZ Top, or Roll On Down the Highway by Bachman Turner Overdrive. I don't know, chat, what is your go-to roll song now that it's finally on the move? What would be your roll song? You heard mine. I made my little keep it rollin' joke earlier. Life is a highway. I don't know. Do either of you have a song that would be a good ship roll song?
I don't know.
I don't really
Take
have
on.
anything.
I can't drive 55.
Ooh, good one. Little Paul McCartney, Let Me Roll It with Wings. Again, I can't sing any of these lest we get copyright claimed, but...
Just remind me, knocking on the piss dispenser door. That's a whole different thing than a rollout, but yeah, I just thought of that.
Oh, man. Yeah. I love seeing all the different song ideas here.
Who's that?
That looks like a wild DYs in the field. Getting cameras and everything set up.
You know what that, this camera is live?
I don't know, but yeah, you can see our team is out there working hard to provide views, not just tonight, but especially for coverage tomorrow, and of course getting all those remote cameras set, and all that amazing video, especially DY's the master of slow-mo here at NSF. Hopefully we get some great things to show you tomorrow. But yeah, I'm just loving all the song recommendations here. These are great. And now, speaking of where you said where it meets Remedios and Highway 4 here, take a look at this. All the people lined up, ready to go. Roger, you said when you were there for a booster roll, there was, what, like 200 people?
Oh, at least, yeah. You're up and down. It's just, again, surreal. Like I say, people of all ages, all over the country, all over the world, people with kids, which was great to see all these people bringing their children out here to witness this thing. Dogs, you see people in lawn chairs, cold beverage in their hands, like it's some sort of sporting event. It's just hard to, it's just amazing on there, and that these people are witnessing history, and say that you get this close. Sorry, I'm kind of looking over your shoulder. You got a guitar behind you. You get closer than you are to the guitar to this thing going down the road.
Really?
Is that, yeah. It was one of them a few launches ago. I'm not the photographer. We got the fantastic photographers out there. All I got is a cell phone. I stuck it on the ground and watched that thing pass over. I get so many compliments just at that shot. You just can't take it all in, how big this thing is and how beautiful it is going down the road. And you get just the level of detail. What was it in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy about space? It's big. No, it's bigger than that. It's the same thing with these vehicles. It's again, you see the stands, you see the SPMTs, you see the flaps, and you just look up and you see this, sky above it. And just to imagine that tomorrow, this thing's probably by this time is going to have a one-way trip to the Indian Ocean, and eventually its siblings down the road are going to put people on the moon. It's going to put people on the Mars, hopefully. We're going to see thousands and thousands of these things flying. And we're just the tip of the iceberg, but you get to witness it firsthand down there. Again, I don't know how long they'll be able to do this. I'm so jealous of being able to do this. I feel sorry actually for you guys that don't get to get this close down in Florida. It's just unprecedented.
We'll get to there at one point. We'll be able to see it in Florida sooner than later. But in the meantime, the view that you see on your screen there being provided by Caesar, who's one of our photographers and videographers that stays and gets all of your views down at Starbase. So if you've ever seen any of the member photos or the Starship update videos or the sort of quote-unquote dailies, as we call them, with some of the updates of what's going on, there's a chance you've seen Caesar's footage in there.
Is the poster there on the parking lot building already?
And
flaking?
it's raining.
Oh, it's raining. Look at that.
Yeah, that's almost as bad as Florida weather, where it's beautiful and sunny, and then all of a sudden downpours.
Yeah.
Hey, Alex, can they roll a ship in the rain?
Yeah, probably. You can see it's ironic that we're seeing ship 40 and off to the left that's ship 20. Quite a difference. It's been such a journey from that old rusty ship on the back to the one here that it's rolling down the road.
Yeah, it's just the flap design too is so different. And then a little peek in at the work going on over at the Starbase Gigabay. A little bit earlier, we took a look at the progress going on at the Cape Canaveral Gigabay. But yeah, you're right. There were some tears it looked like as well in the mural at that point too, which I don't know if that was just the power of V3 from the last flight.
Or the weather. I remember the original one got quite a weird end. Basically, part of it sort of got ripped off by a storm within like a week. I think it happened. It was, yeah, not great.
Also, again, you could see the clear blue skies behind the ship as it is raining.
So it doesn't have the Ship 40 sticker, I guess. It only has the X.
Oh, you're right. Unless they stuck it somewhere else.
Yeah, there's gonna be a point where they really are gonna need those to be able to identify the ships. It's funny because, I'm sorry, again, Falcon 9, they never had any numbers on the vehicles to identify them. But they started lending those boosters, and they started going like, which booster is this? And what booster is that other one? Hang on, let me grab documentation. And like, come on, that's so cumbersome and like annoying to be checking documentation or whatever. If you have a number already painted on them, it's so much easier. Just like planes, you just look at the tail. Okay, it's this plane. It's not any other one.
Which all planes have a tail number. So I guess Falcon 9 does the same. I mean, the 100th booster did a little fancy when they put the 100 emoji on it for the one out on the West Coast. And the fleet leader, of which the number I will not say, otherwise a lot of people will get timed out, has a crown on top of it as well. So.
And they did also that for fairings as well. Fairings also have now numbers on them to be able to identify them, and the leader also has a crown. Even second stages have numbers, even though they are expendable for Falcon 9. So that's why I want them to include numbers on these boosters and ships.
Yeah, it's very nice. And it's also sad that one of those older boosters with the numbers is set to be expended in the coming weeks, or week, but yeah. RIP B1069.
Yep.
But before that, we will hopefully see a successful explosion of the vehicle on screen. And by that, we mean in the Indian Ocean after completing a successful mission right at its intended touchdown point, not over Turks and Caicos again.
Yeah, it's funny sometimes, and I'm probably rattling the snake here, where it's like, so many people hating in social media or whatever. It's like, oh, it's another explosion. And it's like, well, duh, yeah, it's gonna explode even if it does go well, because it lands in the ocean and it's not really meant to survive tipping over. It's a 52 meter tall vehicle tipping over, and I can tell you, it's not meant to survive that kind of tip over. Big chunks of it to survive though.
Again,
so
a
cool.
Great view up and down the ship here.
Did they install like a patch of tiles on the leeward and then they removed them?
Oh yeah, look at that.
That's hilarious.
Right by the top of the fins, the chines, whatever they're called now.
Yeah, at the top of the flaps next to the raceway.
Flaps, that's the word I was thinking of. Thank you.
It's okay.
Brain decided to stop raining for a moment, but here we go. And next, we will see it turn out onto Highway 4 and make its way down to Pad 2. And what we should also hopefully do is see if we can get a stopwatch going, see how long it actually took. Because, again, the booster felt very fast last night, and we were kind of just going off of stream start time, and that was from when it left Remedios and entered Highway 4.
Maybe moving now into Highway 4?
It's moving.
So people asking why there are tiles on the leeward side, on the metallic side. They're testing new ways of installing some of these tiles, and some of the best places of that is just where they have more area on the ship that is not the actual heat shield. And so there's some places on the leeward side. I believe they also said on the flaps themselves. I don't see any right now though. But there were on ship 39, for example, on the previous ship. And in fact, they used a purple-ish material that we have now seen used on future vehicles. Not this one, but future other vehicles. And speaking of tiles, we can see now heat shield side of things.
Yes, especially as we get to the flaps and the belly. Jake doesn't like when I pet his belly. That's my cat. And I guess you shouldn't pet this one either because you want all the tiles to stay intact. But boy, is it gorgeous.
I believe, yeah, we can see now. May see some white tiles. Those are not special. It's just painted tiles, like normal tiles that have been painted white. I believe now, yeah, Caesar is doing sort of like a smooth tilt there. And the reason why they painted them white, it's just for the imaging of those 6 satellites that are going to be deployed, of the 20 of them that do have cameras, and sort of like a QR code, if you will, pattern recognition software and things like that. Probably they're going to be running using those tiles as if they were missing tiles, because if a tile was missing, it will probably look white, the area where that will be missing, and by painting them white, it sort of mimics that lack of a tile.
Yeah, good way for the team to learn what it would look like from the external view as well.
Yep.
All in the name of science. Oh man, this is...
It's booking it now, look at that.
Yeah, now
Looks
it's picking
good.
up the speed here.
So shiny.
I'm envious of the people that are going to be in the office building as it goes by those upper story windows to get that view of the thing.
Yeah.
Think about, looking at like the midsection from about, 3 or 4 stories up.
By the way, I see Chris Bergen rage baiting in chat camera terminology. I'm choosing to ignore it. Jack may not be in chat, but I'm just choosing to ignore it.
Yeah, it's tilt, not pan.
Yeah.
I do notice that there's much fewer white tiles. 39 had quite more tiles that were painted white. Oh, you can see the reflection there, the glint from the shadow of the Giga Bay as it passes by.
Wow.
That's so cool. There'll be a point where a ship will come out of those doors, those 2 entrances to the transfer aisles.
Will we ever see the return of the metal tiles again, which made Flight 11 very distinctive?
Yeah, well, I think that was 10 for 11.
Was that
I
10?
think they, yeah, I
When they
think
came
so.
back
That was
looking
the orange
orange?
one. Yeah. Flight 11, they decided to not use the metallic tiles. I haven't seen them using any metallic tiles since then. I don't recall if this one is using any metallic tiles either. Originally, like, the reason for the metallic tiles is not for the main heat shield, for people that might be wondering why we're talking about those, or why SpaceX was testing those. But you got to think about how they catch boosters. It's going to be very similar to how they catch the ship, in terms of, they slap the sides of the vehicle with the tower chopsticks, and then the vehicle sort of with, you see those little nubs under the flaps? Those are the catch points for the ship. The booster has very similar ones as well on the grid fins, and those are the ones that sort of land on the rails of the chopsticks. But first, the vehicle sort of gets slapped on each side. And if you've got regular ceramic tiles, that's not ideal for those. You can break them, but metallic ones might survive.
And so for those wondering, once it does get to the head out there, Roger, how do they actually lift this thing?
Okay, then it'll be driven between the chopsticks. The chopsticks will rotate over kind of to the side from on the tower. they'll drive it through there and it'll lift up. I think there's hard points you can kind of see up there that it will attach to. They'll make sure it's stable, and at that point, I always tell people it's like lifting a toddler. It's like you'll lift it up, bring it up to the top of the tower, rotate over, and then set it down on the booster. And that whole process has been improved so much since the earlier versions, because they had like tubes and things that didn't align right. So that alignment process has greatly improved.
Oh, definitely. It was, I think the term to use originally was janky, but it worked. So, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But if you can, improve it. That's kind of what they did.
It's again, we're seeing this, and we've talked about it throughout the broadcast, as far as an iteration. This isn't an end state. This is a maturing state, that's for sure. I mean, you saw this with the Falcon 9 and the early versions. They went through all the blocks, and each time it got more refined and more refined. So now, yeah, do changes happen on the Falcon 9? Yeah, they do, but they're not as major as they do. And we're starting to see this not only with the vehicles, but also with the launch infrastructure. There's going to be more lessons learned. They're going to find things out about Pad 2. They're going to find things about 39A. And, they're going to incorporate those changes in there. But you don't think you're going to see something major like going from the Pad 1 design to the Pad 2 design. It's going to be more of a evolutionary process rather than, a revolutionary process.
I mean, what they're doing already was revolutionary enough. So when we say not revolutionary, it's very respective to what they've already been able to do. As it goes down the road, let me take a moment and thank some people here for their support, and then we'll continue to answer more of your questions because we still have quite a while as it rolls on down the highway. Jesse Bear saying, can we highlight the fact that Starlink satellites are so cheap SpaceX is willing to waste a few on a suborbital test? I don't know if they're that cheap, but I feel like at this point, Alex, they're kind of thinking that the rewards outweigh the risk, aka basically sending 20 satellites to burn up.
Yeah, you pretty much stole what I was gonna say, right? That I would imagine actually these Starlink satellites are probably the most expensive V3 satellites that they've ever built because they're the first ones, right? They don't have a production yet in terms of pumping out hundreds of them every month like they do with the V2 minis out that the ones that launch on Falcon 9. But similarly, when they launched the original series of the Starlink satellites, they also pretty much they launch a batch of like 60 of them on a Falcon 9 launch, the very first Starlink launch, V0.9, and that one was pretty much already assumed that it was just a batch of prototype satellites that will eventually burn up, and I think they re-entered within a year or so. But a year later, they had already launched something like 10 launches of Starlink satellites, so they already had like 600 of these satellites up there, 60 per launch. So they already had quite a bit up there. And similarly, this, as you were mentioning, it's risk-reward sort of thing, a trade-off where it's like, yeah, you lose them, but out of them, you get a lot of data on how their technology works, and it'll be very useful for them to be able to ramp up production, excuse me. But yeah, full production, full deployment, that's the sort of thing that I would expect probably be at the end of the year, based on the signs that we're seeing here of preparation and introducing them to operation.
Yeah. And again, once they go orbital, they can always take those and just deploy them actually. So this is a good way, if this is the final suborbital flight, which I know SpaceX is hoping for, and that this would go perfectly, and the next one they can go for orbital, then this is pretty much the only one you would intentionally burn up and destroy of the actual satellites, and the next one would be orbital, and you could put them into an operational orbit. Let's see here. Turtle Sanctuary, if you're not happy about football today, here's Ship 40. And if you are happy about football today and you're an Argentina fan, here's Ship 40. And if you don't care about sports, well, guess what? Here's Ship 40. Speaking of 40, north of Antarctica saying happy 40th birthday to me with a Ship 40 roll. Happy 40th north of Antarctica. Let's see. Techron asking which Godzilla is about the same height as Starship. I mean, we had Mechazilla, so I don't know about actual Godzilla, though. And then Thomas Kahn, I think it's another Alex question, saying, can someone please explain how the hold downs work and how they can hold the booster down for that long with that thrust? It hurts my brain.
Well, it's mostly just that there are 20 of them, so it kind of helps because it literally spreads the load, right? I'm gonna take out my calculator because nobody can see me, so I can do that. And so if you've got 33 engines at 250 tons per engine, 8,250 tons of thrust, and then the whole stack sort of weighs about 5,500 or so tons. So overall, you basically have to hold down a grand total of 2,750 tons over 20 clamps. That is about 138 tons that you have to hold down per clamp. So it's not like it's quite a lot, but it's not as much as you would think. Like there are clamps out there that hold more because there's only like fewer of them for rockets that are not that big. But yeah, it's still quite a lot. Don't get me wrong. In terms of human numbers, 138 tons is quite a lot. But you know, there's 20 of those clamps, so it kind of helps.
More clamps, more better. But yeah, and again, the other thing that's worth noting now is, especially with the change of how they're doing it, is that as they're holding it down, they're ramping it up to the actual flight speeds. So it's not like they start at full thrust, right?
Well, now they actually do start at full thrust. So the way that they do it, obviously there's always a ramp up. In pretty much every liquid fuel engine, there's always a ramp up, even in solids, to be fair. So you still have like a small ramp up, but by the time the rocket is released, everything is at full thrust. On the previous version, the way that they did it was at 50 or so percent, probably a little bit more if I were to guess. But based on some of the numbers from SpaceX, it seems like it was around 50% thrust. And it will be there just being held down by its own gravity. So there were no clamps holding the vehicle at liftoff. And so, because they were open, like it was just sitting on the stands, on the sort of pedestals, I guess, for the arms themselves. But the top clamp, it was open. And then it will just lift off by throttling up the engines at T0, and it will take something along the lines of like a second and a half, up to 2 seconds. And so it crawled off the pad, the previous version. This one, no. It just starts the engines, they go up to full power, clamps release, thing just shoots off the pad. So it's much easier.
Yep, it is indeed much easier as it shoots off the pad. And now shooting off the pad and onto the shop is our Flight 13 collection. In case you missed it, just a short time ago, we officially released the Flight 13 collection, lucky number 13, designed by Jacques. You can even see there, as part of the whole 13, the 13 engine landing burn that hopefully we will see once it gets to the Indian Ocean about 90 minutes or so after flight. And again, you can get that as a patch. We also have it as pins, which if you've been getting the Starship Collectors pins, first off, you can still get it and keep the pin collection going now with the new one here for Flight 13. The design is awesome. You can get it on shirts, you can get it on mugs, etched into a whiskey glass. There's Raptor tumblers. You've got it on the new lightweight sun shirts, which are awesome because, again, cotton in this weather, especially in like Texas or Florida where I am here, it gets rough. So to have that lighter weight is nice, and to also have the UPF 50 on it, also super helpful. But yeah, all of this available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Go check it out. And if you are a member and you want to make sure you claim your patch, you should do that now, or at least before 8 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. That way we'll make sure, if you are a member of the channel, we will make sure you get that patch, as long as you get it in before that time. And just to note, they're not shipping just yet, because SpaceX kind of was like, hey, yeah, about that flight, we're going to throw it in here super quick, so have fun! But it will be shipping very soon. And the link to that is pinned there at the bottom of the chat. It get me confused, because it used to be pinned at the top of the chat, now it's at the bottom. But YouTube doing YouTube things. But Shop Team doing their amazing, awesome things. Also doing awesome things, Anonymous gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much for that. By the way, I saw someone asking, what do you get for being a member? Well, a bunch of things. You get the emotes at the most basic level. You also will get a couple of member photos that'll be posted, especially of things going on at Starbase, as well as other activities around all the different space areas that our team is out and shooting. For Red Team, Capcom and above will also get access to the NSF Discord. Launch directors and flight engineers get their names at the end of all the NSF lives and flame trenches. And every member for Starship Flights gets access to the Members Multi-View, where you'll be able to see every single camera that we have set up for the most part out there in a multi-view that will rotate between them, so you can see all of the action and not miss a moment. And once we get towards the actual launch broadcast, we also begin our behind the scenes, where you can see what it's like if you're Kevin Michael Reed pushing the buttons and pulling the levers and hearing the call outs and seeing all of the team do their awesome thing. So yeah, you should definitely go and be a member, especially with Starship Flight coming up, if you're able to.
May I, because I've made a discovery, I guess.
No,
I was trying
this
to
is discoveries at Udvar-Hazy.
No, but like, ooh, there we go. Okay, Kevin had that prepared, in fact. So that you see there is actually a replay. Don't be surprised, because there's like pad 1 and everything, and there's no second tower. That is ship 25 being lifted on top of booster 9. I'm because it's been a while, ahead of flight 2. And that flight had, I think, so far, the latest time, so like the shortest time from the last time that they stacked the ship on top of the booster to the time of liftoff. And that one, you can see on the top left, was no earlier than 22 hours, 19 minutes to launch. So we've already crossed that record. If they stack and launch tomorrow, we've already passed that record. But they need to do it.
That is amazing, by the way. Also, the team in the back figuring all of that out, too.
And look how horrible that TPS, that thermal protection system, looked.
I mean, it's not bad. It's just
dusty. The tiles don't even fit together. Like, you can see the like, look at that on the right-hand side. Those tiles are wrecked. And they still flew this thing.
Yeah.
It kept shedding tiles uphill.
Yeah, how'd the ship do on that flight, by the way?
Well, that ship did horrible. Yeah, it didn't even get to the to the point of Seco, basically.
Yeah, flights 2 and 3 were interesting, but then we had 4 and 5, and then 6, 7, and 8 were all. You get it. If you follow the Starship program, you know what's been going on. Those first couple of V1s and V2s followed a very similar trajectory, and not in a good way. Which V3, though, all seems like it's gone past that, given the fact that on the first flight we did get the booster back on target in the Indian Ocean, even with having to extend the burn on the ship to make it, given that it had 5 engines instead of 6 running. Let's see. Drunar saying, I wonder if the Starlinks are obsolete like the ones we saw in Tim Dodd's tour from 2022. Might as well use them up to save direct-to-cell links. If they're saying, Roger, that these are V3s, though, it feels like these are actual test satellites of it, unless there's a V4 we don't know about.
Yeah, I would think they'd be the real deal, because they got to test the satellites themselves, even though they're only going to be 20 minutes or so, but they need to make sure that they power up and do all the things they need to do. So it's, it's just part of the investment that they're putting into it to make sure that these go. And if they have to make any tweaks or any adjustments to them, they can do that and figure that out now rather than launching a whole batch of them and find out that they've got some other issues or some software issues, something like that, on a production line that's supposed to be going into their final orbit.
Oh yeah, by the way, I do want to talk about the Dalek plunger sticking out from what we saw there in a moment, and you can kind of see him there too. I don't know why it reminded me of the Dalek plunger. It's just missing the egg beater. But those are actually for something that won't be used this flight, but will be absolutely necessary for HLS, right? That is for the on-orbit refueling. I don't know which of you wants to tackle that one.
I can do that if you want, but
Go
yeah,
for it,
that's for docking itself. So a lot of people, I don't know, it sort of seems like they think that's actually where the fuel will be transferred. That is just for the mechanical connection between the two ships. The actual transfer will happen through that quick disconnect that you see there, those ports for loading propellant.
Yeah, so it's got all of the connection points, it looks like, at least, but they won't actually be using it. But then again, they're testing the full V3 design. So the full V3 design will include the capability to do the on-orbit refueling and will require said capability to do on-orbit refueling, so might as well attach everything there. Now, I see a lot of people saying there's no way this is possible in 22 hours, it's not going to be doable. I think it is. First off, by the way, in the back channel, tell me if there's SPMT sounds so that people can listen to it and just tell me to shush, but it's a little quiet where we're hearing. There is? All right, let's listen in.
That's a Starlink antenna.
Man, these views are amazing. Apologies if I just woke anybody up there from the SPMTA SMR there.
You can see the crunch wrap there. Oh, now you cannot see it. Now you can. Now you can't. Now you can.
Also great to see the catch points there, as well as you were whispering right over the extremely loud engine noise, the satellites, the antennas for Starlink. And up to the nose.
Yeah. I'm really curious because they were talking about having load sensing tiles for checking on the aerodynamic loads during ascent, as they want to hit a little bit of a higher aerodynamic pressure. You can also see a little of the, like, an area of the skirt where it seems like they've done a bit of a different attachment of tiles.
Yeah. Yeah, you can kind of
Right
tell.
at the bottom there on the... Oh, another tilt.
Oh, keep reflecting off of that. We get a perfect line there. Those aren't white tiles, that's just the sunlight. Oh, I could stare at this all day. And I'm sure that's what we'll all be doing for the next 22 hours anyway, at least as of right about now. So we have the 22-hour mark to go until the launch window opens tomorrow. Again, that is Thursday, July 16th at 5:45 p.m. Central Time. And Alex, they do have a bit of a window.
Yep, they have 90 minutes for that launch window from 5:45 p.m. to 17 p.m. Central. So that should be plenty of time for them to be able to attempt a launch.
Absolutely. But once they do begin fueling, they basically are committed to a 15-minute window at that point. So once they start loading, they have 15 minutes or so until the temperatures get too warm, and then you deal with boil off and they decide to call it for the day, which again is 15 minutes more than Falcon 9 has. So it's got that going for it, which is nice. So, and I mean, they load that thing pretty quick too, as we were talking about earlier. The fuel load begins at T-minus 37 minutes and 30 seconds until liftoff, or at least the plan T0. And also a reminder that as they get down in the count, they do have a point at T-minus 40 seconds where they can stop and hold and evaluate. Doesn't mean something's wrong. We've seen them stop at the T-minus 40 second hold and stay there for maybe 15 seconds and keep going. We've also seen them where they take it all the way, and we've seen it where they don't take it at all. So you never know. So I see someone in chat keeping clock there of 26 minutes since it entered Highway 4, and we're already this far down. So kind of for reference, Roger, where is this on its way to in relation to the production site and the pad?
Overall trip is probably approaching the halfway mark. It's just passing. What you're looking at here is what we call our highway site. We have a number of cameras there on SBL, 24/7 for this. So it's, I don't get my meters and stuff like that. It's probably got like 3/4 of a mile or so to go. It'll kind of go to the left around the curve and then come in the gate on there. But yeah, it's moving really quick. So, well, what we say, 23 minutes, so double that. Yeah, it's going to be pretty much on par with what we saw with the booster and how fast they can get these things down there. I think it's just so cool to see the people all around there, the bike paths that are down there, just to experience this thing.
Yeah, and it's going to slow down a little bit once it makes the turn, and also adding in the fact that it's got to line itself up properly with the chopsticks. But I guess if we're just kind of talking about from once it hits Highway 4 to once it leaves Highway 4, yeah, that's pretty quick. Hard to calculate that.
Yeah, and sometimes it takes a little while for them once they get lined up to they're comfortable with doing the actual lift. So a lot of times that's just not pull in, park, and lift. They take their time on that. So we'll see. I would imagine that's going to be probably later, overnight or later tonight.
And again, you'll be able to watch all of that too on our Starbase Live 24/7, like you pointed out. And then we have our stakeout stream and launch stream tomorrow. Let me see here. Thanks some people real quick again. Scott Brown, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Cooper Buffington asking, what do you think happens if a ship has an issue in Florida and needs retesting? Test it there on a temporary platform or send it back?
Send it back. What happens if
You
a
think
Falcon
so?
9 has an issue? You send it back to McGregor. I don't know.
But they have a lot of Falcon 9 sitting around right now at the Cape that if one does need to go back, it doesn't affect their launch cadence.
Yeah, but that one in particular then should have to be sent back. Ironically, they sent 2 ship stands to Florida. So who's to say they might not ship 2 ships to Florida? One main and second as backup.
would they be able to fit 2 of them in You'll Thank Me Later, their transport drone ship?
No, but one at a time, and then once they are there, they have 2 transport stands for those ships. Because it was interesting how they shipped only, no pun intended here, they shipped only 2 ship transport stands and 1 booster transport stand. And I was like, wait, wouldn't it make more sense to have more booster transport stands? But over time, in the last month or so since they did that, I've put more thought to it, and I thought, it will probably make more sense for them in their own planning because of this particular question, where it's like, well, what if one of the ships ends up, like you have a problem during full stack and you load the vehicle and now it's got a problem, you gotta send it back. Well, if you have a backup ship to use on that flight instead, then that kind of helps you. And the booster is reused more often. That's sort of the plan ahead, right? To reuse the booster more often. So then it launches, come back, and maybe you have at first just 1 booster to do the flights. Maybe in the future you start, sending more of these out there and building a fleet in Florida. But for the start, maybe 2 ships and 1 booster might be okay.
How long does it take for that ship, for Marmac 31, to go from Starbase to Cape Canaveral?
I think it was about a week or so that it took. So yeah, I mean, it will be like a month operation if they do everything back to back, I guess, if they do 2 ships and 1 booster. But yeah, and in the future they're gonna have just read the instructions as a second barge, so they can, one carries a ship and then the other the booster, or both carry a ship each. We'll see.
Yes, although at this point, just read the instructions, still in its Falcon 9 kind of formation, even though it is no longer being used for Falcon 9 drone ship landings.
Yeah. But yeah, I think there's going to be a point, I don't know if you remember Sawyer, when they started landing Falcon 9 boosters, and they store them inside the 39A horizontal integration facility.
I sure do.
And I think Elon tweeted that picture, and it was like, there's already 4 boosters here. We need more hangar space. They did not expect to be so successful at landing those boosters. And they ended up being successful, and then it was like, well, we got to build our own hangar for this if we want to build a fleet.
Oh, yeah. I remember back in those days driving by, and they would be rolling, we're setting up for a camera or something, and they have the back garage door open where they roll the boosters into, and you peek in, and I think at one point there was 4. You had Falcon 9s, you had Falcon Heavy. It was packed in there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if in the future, like, we get a gigabay for construction and another gigabay for just storage and, like, light refurbishment. Especially for the ships, because they have the heat shield, right? But yeah, go ahead.
Right, or if they build something over at Slick 37, because that is a massive launch pad.
They could take over the horizontal integration facility from ULA.
Yes, you're right. There was a horizontal integration facility that was used related for things to Delta IV when it launched from that pad before SpaceX took over.
But yeah, that'll happen in the future. We'll see all of that building up and seeing how they adapt to the realities of actually launching a fully reusable rocket.
Yeah. And you can see the hit parade following behind. Again, this is a public road, so it's not closed. They just list it on the website as a road delay. So anybody with a car can just hop behind it and drive behind the ship as it transports on top of the SPMT, the Self-Propelled Modular Transporter. And you can see people are doing just that. And there's a tanker truck. Is that 2 tanker trucks?
Yep.
I'll have to load up the tank farm. And then again, you can see all the people located on the roadway there. I mean, Roger, do they line up pretty much all the way down Highway 4 for this?
Yeah. There's some better viewing spots than others, but like I say, it's public. As long as you're respectful, pull off out of the way. You see the white cones there. You want to make sure you get plenty of room. And if you're not, the security people, they're really professional, but they're also very polite. So if you or your vehicle or something may impact the roll, they will ask you to move, and people are compliant with that. But you can see them just line up all and down here, and I'm sure if you pan the camera to the left, you'd see them going down all the way towards the gate. I mean, near the gate that turns, they want a little bit more space because the SPMGs need to make that corner and stuff. But yeah, it's again, can you imagine in the Apollo days this and the Saturn V? Again,
Oh my
it's just
goodness.
you get goosebumps, just looking at this. I mean, this is bigger than the Saturn V, and it's rolling down, and people are just out there have a what is it Wednesday afternoon rocket watch along the beach.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised somewhere in that train of parade, there's pickup trucks with fishing poles in there, because that's just blows me away too. The biggest rocket in the world. We're going to the moon. We're going to Mars, and there's fishing on the beach. You can't beat it.
Looks like you got the sheriff truck kind of in the front of it there too.
Mm-hmm.
As it
Yeah,
works
they
its
keep
way-
it clear, but
Yeah. As it works its way down the road there. Golly, this is again, yeah, it's amazing how close you can get. We don't get this with things at the Cape unless you have media access or have credentials with the Space Force or NASA. As it's continuing down, I do want to thank more people for their support here real quick, and then we'll get back to answering more of your questions. You can tag us at NASASpaceflight or at NSF. Paulo saying hello from Brazil. Turtle Sanctuary, did Ryan Weber have this on his bingo card, or is he... I'll leave it at that, but he says SpaceX many times. You know what? He's got some points. He may be more on the negative side, but you have to give it to him. He does have some points. So we love Ryan on the team. We love to make fun of him a little bit for it, but he knows his stuff. He's amazing. So shout out to Ryan Weber. Rebel Dorman, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Turtle Sanctuary, it's close to full stack. Would be nice if KMR leaked the Flight 13 patch again. Oh, by the way, did you know we have our Flight 13 patch out now as well? You saw a little bit there on that stinger. But yes, everything for Flight 13 is now at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. We've got the amazing design by Jacques showing the booster for its landing burn, which is a 13 engine burn, very appropriate for Flight 13. So I would definitely go check that out at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Grab yourself a patch, pins, there's shirts, lightweight sun shirts as well, all different kinds of things, coffee mugs with it, etched whiskey glasses, and you'll see some of the ones we actually put in the effort and use our stuff for. They will say NSF made on it with a nice banner, where we went out to people and said, you know what? We don't like the quality of it. We can make it better. And so we do. So all of that, check it out, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. The link is pinned at the bottom of the chat. Steve coming in with a $50 super chat. Thanks to all for the support for Bideford and our family. Can't wait for tomorrow. Again, all the best to you and your family out there, Steve. Steve and Bideford, great members of our community. Been with us for a very long time. We love them all. Thank you for all those kind words, too. Echo Deal calling it the Starship Parade. Yes, indeed. And Ghost Rider with a $20 super saying, I did say late July, maybe mid-August, so I was a week off or so.
Yeah, that's right.
You know? We got close. A lot of our predictions, again, we all kind of figured like mid-July to late July, maybe early August. I think I was also on the early August side, and it seems like I'm very wrong, which I'm glad for. More
So
Starship flights, more better.
You remember when Flight 12 was supposed to be January?
Yeah,
and then it
I
rolled
do.
to February, then March. Yeah, I still remember that. By the way, we did, 'cause Roger is here, he's also in that video. We did for Flight 11 a series of videos asking our teams what they thought, and one of them, I put that in the video, asking them when, version 3 will debut. Only 2 people got it right. of the people that were in those videos. That was Gage and me.
Wow. Of course,
yeah.
then Alex flexed in there, and I told you so.
Because I said spring 2026. This was like October 2025, and all the people were thinking, "Oh, it's January," and I was like, I don't know. But hey, look, spring 2026.
Exactly. And then NNNNSSSF, which added the F last night, so it makes NSF, gifting a red team membership as well. Thank you for that.
It's like a swoosh of the NSF name. So NSF.
Or like the sound effects from Caddyshack, if you're trying to say the name. But anyway, those who know the movie. Yeah, I can't do it very well. Also, Isaac Chapman, 5741, becoming a launch director. That is one of the highest levels of support that we have here at NSF. Besides getting access to the Discord, you also get your name prominently featured at the end of all of our NSF Live and the Flame Trench shows. Thank you so much for that. Again, the reason we have as many cameras out in the field as we do for this, and we'll have even more out there for the launch tomorrow, is because of the support that allows us to get this equipment out there, keep it running, have the people out there with their gear that they have to get as well. I mean, it's a lot that goes into these. You have no idea, the networking and everything. And it's only because of your support that we're able to bring all this to you, so thank you. Look at that with the X sticker. Again, they didn't stick on an S40 anywhere that we could see, at least. They had that lift up, and it looked like they applied the X just after it rolled out of the Mega Bay. Let's see here. Philip Anderson wondering, Alex, are we officially calling this the first official Starlink mission or no? Since it is the first one with real Starlinks.
No.
Wow, that was a very definitive no. Not even a chance to think about it.
Yeah, this thing needs to actually be deployed into a proper, operational shell in orbit and whatnot, and actual, operations and all that to be able to be called an official Starlink mission. In fact, I will also add to this that it also will need to be called Starlink mission by SpaceX. It's just the 13th flight of Starship. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if, the very first proper operational launch with the Starlink satellites was actually like, Starlink group, whatever, number X dash number Y or something like that, right? Like, put whatever number. I don't know what kind of group. Like, they've gone up to group 17 with Falcon 9. Hi.
Hello to you too, Sheriff. The deputy.
Oh, yeah, maybe it's like, I don't know, group 20, group 19, or whatever. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to call it, but I don't know. Then becomes the question, if they go for a full deploy, if they go for orbit on Flight 14, do they call it Starship Flight 14, or do they call it Starlink? And
we'll
if they
see.
do call it Starship Flight 14, then is it an official Starlink if it deploys Starlinks? I know, at that point, we're just talking semantics, but... I love seeing the guys with the orange vest there, just laying on their car, watching this roll by. The human side to this roll is really cool. I saw someone ask, how tall is this, Alex?
Well, the ship itself is 52 meters tall. I don't remember that in feet, I'm sorry. But then it's sitting on a stand, and then the stand is sitting on the SPMTs, the self-propelled module transporters. And so that adds a little bit more. I think it's like an extra, maybe 10 meters more, thereabouts.
Now we get to see that close-up.
feet will be the height of the ship.
Wow. Now we're going to see the close-up as we get a look sort of under the ship here. Those tiles likely for a tile adhesion experiment based on their location.
I can't help but see sideburns there on the ship. With the ablative on the sides. Wow, the SPMTs are quite loud. I wonder, is Chad able to hear us? I don't...
No, I'm just listening. I love the human side of it, just seeing the people watching it. And look at all those cars.
Starship
I will say, though,
Elvis.
the when from that view with the ablative material on the side, I thought more it looked like Space Shuttle Columbia with the strakes.
Ah, yeah.
If we ruined your SPMT ASMR, go back. We didn't talk over the other one. Oh man, look at the lineup of people. Just a few, huh? Oh boy.
Typical launch day at Starbase.
It's crazy that that's typical at this point.
I think the worst was when, because South Padre Island's a big spring break location, and when spring break was going on one of the launches, it was, it was wall-to-wall people down there. I mean, this is a lot, but that was insane that day. And I'm sure, maybe a quick shout out, I'm sure we got NSF fans are down there. There's usually a core group that gets together over at the Hopper House. So a quick shout out to you guys. It's always fun to run into you down there. And it's always great to see other NSFers that get down to a launch and down to Starbase.
Oh yeah, we love seeing the team down there. And if you're down there and you capture it, or you get to see any of us, or you're wearing the NSF merch while you're down there, tag us on the socials. We love to see who else is out there enjoying their time down there, getting to see your shots as well.
Are they still pouring concrete on that wall? I see the crane over there. I cannot believe this.
At 21 and a half hours to go until it's about to be blasted by 33 Raptor engines.
Surprised not putting the sign back up today.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, work doesn't stop. You're right. But I mean, look at that. The head-on view there. Oh, it's majestic. I saw someone already asking when V4. V4? We've had one flight of V3. I don't think we would be even thinking about V4 yet, right? It would all be version 3 Starship, version 3 Starlink, version 3 Starpipe.
Well, for version 4, the stretched ship and booster, they need the Gigabay, at the very least for the booster. Because the booster, if they stretch it anymore, they cannot fit it inside Megabay 1. The ship can still be stretched. Like, they could probably do version 4 if they wanted to, right now, of the ship with the extended tanks and the extra 3 RVACs, but then again, the booster will still be the same size, and it will be carrying a much heavier second stage, much heavier ship, and so, yeah, not ideal. You need the extra oomph when you carry a much heavier stage.
I think we still have some time for that. They're going to want to get this up and running and tested first, I would imagine.
Yeah. Let's get through version 3 first.
Yeah. A different Alex is asking, how long do you think it takes to put every single one of those tiles on in total? a lot?
Ironically, it doesn't take that much.
Really?
Yeah, they've changed an entire ship back in the day. I'm talking like 2 years ago. They changed an entire ship's worth of tiles between just a handful of people working on shifts in like less than a month, like maybe 3 weeks or so, was it? And so the way that they install the tiles is not when the ship is built, like it's as the barrel sections are completed, they also install tiles. And so as they go down the line in the production at the Star Factory, they get those tiles installed, and then when they stack each barrel section in the in-between gaps, they also go and install the tiles as well. You may see, in fact, in certain portions where there's like different patterns of tiles. That's basically where you have some of those sort of attachments in between barrel sections. Some places, not all of the barrel section joints, but some of them do have that. Looks like it's making another turn.
Now you can see. Yeah, I was about to say, you can see it just about to make the turn towards the launch pad there. Oh, man. She is beautiful. But yeah, and that's the other benefit if you compare it to, say, the Space Shuttle, my beloved. The Space Shuttle had individual tiles that were for each orbiter that were for a specific location on each orbiter. So you couldn't really transfer one from, say, Atlantis to the Best Shuttle Endeavour. And even so, as they iterated different orbiters, there were even fewer tiles on them. Whereas with Starship, they're basically all the same tile shape. It's not like you have to print out unique specific ones for different spots, at least on the major parts of the heat shield, right? So, that helps.
Yeah, the majority of the tiles are very common in between each other.
Oh no, I've started the tribalism in chat, haven't I? Oh boy. Kyler Hode's asking, what are other deployment options other than they called it the pizza dispenser, which I like, versus the Pez dispenser, for other customers? I mean, right now it seems like if you want to launch on them, you kind of got to flat pack it. But, I mean, Roger, what other options would they have, do you think, to even deploy payloads other than the current Pez dispenser?
Yeah, I think for the foreseeable future, it's going to be flat pack. I could envision shuttle-type doors in some fashion. It'll be interesting to see on the HLS version. I think they're going to have some other sort of payload opening other than a flat pack to get the equipment, from, the top of the lander down to the surface. So, and my hope is we see that sooner rather than later because they need to be getting that out there. I just think for bigger things, I think Vast, isn't it? With the space station, they were talking about their next version or a version coming up, where their core module would be like a cylinder inside Starship. So to get that out, you would need, again, something that would open at least so you get the full width of the bay exposed and coming out. So again, I don't know if you guys have other opinions, but to me, it just seems the shuttle doors are a proven technology. They worked very well. I'm sure there's plenty of refinements for them, but I think that would be logical once they, you need something other than a flat pack ejection.
I mean, yeah, that I think would make sense. I mean, the other option is a chomper method, but then you've got the header tanks, so you've got the issues to deal with that. Although, again, for HLS, the render that NASA put out today shows it docking up right at the nose cone area, so maybe there's potential to get rid of stuff in the header tanks, but then you're losing, I don't know. Again, SpaceX, I'm sure, has figured this out, so I trust their numbers. So, Alex, I think you mentioned earlier in the stream that you would hit the check mark once it got to the pad, once it rolled out to the launch pad. Do you think it's time to check it off on the next spaceflight tracker?
Yeah, I was about to go in and do that right now. I'm logging in. There we go. Starship Flight 13 status. And now I scroll down And then I've got here ship at the launch site, and then I can save, and it is there. So if you go now, probably it'll take a few seconds to update, but it should be there.
Yep, so if you go to nextspaceflight.com or the Next Spaceflight app, which also tells you when all the next launches are coming up, and you go into the Starship section, you should
It is now
now
there.
see
I can see it now.
that there is only one more check mark to go.
There it is.
There it is. All that's left is the full stack, which hopefully that will also be happening tonight. Oh, that's exciting. Just vehicles stacked.
Just one left.
Here we go. And again, the great views as it approaches. Booster 20 already sitting and waiting on the launch mount there.
And if you guys roll out, just stay tuned on our socials. I'm sure our Intrepid team will be having a time lapse and all kinds of views coming up shortly. So you get the shortened version. Those are always good. Just a shout out to our whole social teams. You guys do such a great job getting the word out and keeping everybody informed. So if you're on the socials, follow us at NSF and you'll stay informed and up to date with everything that's going on.
Trying to see if they're still doing that concrete work actively. I mean, you could see where concrete work still needs to be done.
Yeah, you can see the forms there for the concrete.
I did see someone ask, is the payload already sitting inside the ship? Yes, it is. And for those who are kind of just tuning in or were confused on what it is, Roger, what is the payload for this flight?
Yeah, it is 6 actual Starlink version 3 satellites. So they are full working versions. They will not go into their final orbit. They will be, the main goal for them is to make sure that the payload PEZ dispenser ejection system works properly, that they flow through there and are ejected in a stable manner. SpaceX
You
will
mean
be
6 with
monitoring.
cameras, right?
Yeah, my understanding is that they, will have cameras on them. They will make sure that they are.
So 20 total, and sorry to interrupt. So
sorry.
20 total and 6 with cameras.
Oh, okay. My apologies. Thank you, sir. But anyway,
Okay.
to make sure they get out, they're working properly. They will re-enter. They're not going to orbital trajectory, so they will be re-entering and burning up. But it's just to make sure that the production ones work. So when they go into full orbital, that they have good confidence that this thing is going to work as planned.
And again, these are real V3s. These are not dumb links. These are actual ones that they will test out their ability to transmit data.
Really?
And yes, they are actively moving concrete around as this is rolling. Goodness gracious.
They really are moving that concrete bucket.
And it looks like it has concrete in it. Just saying. Oh, SpaceX. I always like to joke, SpaceX never change, but actually please do so we know what's going on more. Look at that. As it's coming in here, I know this question's been coming up. Our whole back channel is still arguing about it and going back and forth on the numbers here. Jonathan with the $20 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com, another more direct way to support us. We appreciate that. Saying, assuming they fly tomorrow evening, will this be the shortest time from Mega Bay to Indian Ocean? I know, Alex, it's been the whole, well, actuallys going on.
The shortest time from Mega Bay to Indian Ocean. Boy, I will have to actually look that up because that's different than, from full stack to launch.
I mean, I guess if we count full stack to launch, because there were ones that were full stack to launch that never made it to the Indian Ocean and, ended up earlier in the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, that was definitely Flight 2. Flight 2 was,
yeah.
I believe, we were talking about that, T-minus 22 hours and a bit of a change, right? And we're now well below T-minus 22 hours. So definitely it's already breaking records. If it launches tomorrow, of course. If it doesn't, then I'm sorry.
Yeah. And then there's the past and the future with, yes, I call it Hoppy, with Star Hopper, aka Hoppy, and now Ship 40 rolling by, and Booster 20 already on the stand. Boy, how times have changed. Amazing. Again, while this is going on, I'm going to make sure we continue to show the support from people who've been getting stuff from the shop with the brand new Flight 13 merch. Because if you go to the shop and we're live and you get something, you can also put a message that'll show up on screen. So as we continue talking about this, I want to make sure that everyone gets their names and their support shown up there, and including people that became Patriot members like Moondrift. So thank you all. Let's see. Are there any significant hardware changes on this flight compared to the last one, or are they just making sure all the screws are properly tightened this time, is what Striatic was wondering.
Well,
I mean, Alex, it seems like there's minor changes.
Yeah, they were not super specific on what exactly are the changes relating to the issues that they had. Now, largely these two vehicles are very basically the same than the previous ones. I'm trying to come up actually here with the sort of wording that they use on their website regarding this in particular, which is the if you remember, they had issues, for example, on boost back burn for the booster, and there they really don't say much, only that the Super Heavy on this upcoming flight has hardware modifications to improve reliability, along with updates to engine alarms and aborts to match the conditions seen in the multi-engine flight environment. So it doesn't say much. Like, it says a lot without saying things, right? It's not super precise on what exactly is being changed in terms of the vehicle there. In the ship side of things, of course, we're talking about the payload itself that is carrying in terms of the materials, or like the vehicle itself. As we were mentioning before, they have installed a few different tiles, mechanisms, basically, to attach those tiles on the ship. They have also painted white again some of the tiles, just like on the previous flight, for those satellites with the cameras to be able to sort of do pattern recognition, if you will, for when in the future they actually have missing tiles, and you know they will look white if they were to be missing. And so they painted some of those white, simulating missing tiles, so that you know, they can develop methods to, you know, being able to gauge what's the status of the heat shield on future ships, basically. But yeah, from a material standpoint, by all means, if you were to look at this, it's like maybe 99% equal to the previous ones. They seem to have done only very minimal differences, which is probably why they had a rather short turnaround between these two flights. Flight 12, by all means, was largely successful. It only had a few minor issues here and there, as we saw again with that boost back burn on the booster, and they never got to do the relight on the ship in space. And so those little things here and there were the sort of the lower points of the flight, but it, you know, primarily it was a successful flight for the debut flight of version 3. They just need to iron out those issues, and hopefully they go well on this flight.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you know, they put their whole update out of what happened on Flight 12 with the issues with the, well, not exactly what happened, but the basic issues with the boost back and the issues with the leak in one of their engines there, or what at least caused one of them to shut down early. So all things that they plan on working on. And again, hopefully all of those work well this time. And if they do, I think that bodes well, Roger, for maybe seeing an orbital flight next. I see a lot of people asking, well, when are they actually going to go orbital?
Yeah.
I mean, I think
definitely.
once they get a successful flight, right?
Yeah, definitely. You know, they got to. It's, you know, that's got to be the next step, and it needs to be sooner rather than later. You know, we kind of touched on this before, and Ms. Shotwell touched on it as well. And you know, when the IPO was coming out, very plausible that the you know, they'll get the ship separated, make sure everything is good, and then have basically a no for orbit. And then I'm curious to see how many. It really doesn't make sense unless you really want to test, you know, the plane change and the, you know, the dynamics of the ship coming back, you know, to Texas in one orbit. It's kind of a waste. Plus, these vehicles are designed to stay up for weeks and months, possibly years. they need to get some real-time data, at least starting. How do these things behave in that environment? You don't know until you do it. So you would try. I think if Alex, correct me, if my orbital mechanics is right. It'd take approximately like 6 hours before the plane comes over. They could come back, but I would think they would want to leave it up for a few days at least and put it through its paces, and try all kinds of different things and data, just to get as much data as they can. Maneuvers, practice. Maybe fan ship there. What would the maneuvers be for the docking? And this is my take on it, but I think, hopefully in 14 we'll see that. Again, that's going to make for some long streams if it's going to be up there a few days, but we will tackle that. Hopefully it'll be a good problem to have.
I mean, yeah, that would be a great problem to have right now, but hopefully we get through this flight here successfully, and that leads on to all the future success here of the Starship program. Let's see here. We are continuing to get that much closer. Jason is asking, how is the launch weather forecast looking? If you jump back a little bit in the stream, we had Adam Schuker on who helped us out here. Everything seems to look good. 80s, a little bit breezy. The main question is just going to be if the clouds would be an obstruction. So it seems like the upper level wind direction in terms of directional wind shear looks good. See what ends up happening with those clouds if we get a good view of it. But for the launch portion itself, yeah, I think we'll look okay based off what he said. And of course, we'll continue to check in with him as well, so we can get more updates on the weather on launch, considering he's down there too. Let's see. Patrick is wondering, if the flight plan allows, would there be opportunities for SpaceX to perform additional or spontaneous tests on ship and booster? I mean, Alex, it seems like they have everything so down to a science that there's really not much time that they aren't doing something.
I mean, yeah, I don't think they really have any time to do any spontaneous tests or any additional tests on either ship of the booster. They very much are down to 21 hours here, right? And so I don't think they really have any time for any test. The only thing that they will really have any time, and that I think will probably be something that happens ahead of every flight, is once you connect the ship to the quick disconnect. That's basically your way of plugging it to the ground support systems, and so that's basically like connecting all of your data lines and things like that, being able to do checkouts, health checks on the software, hardware, and things like that. Probably even like purging the tanks, doing some pressure checks, that sort of thing. Other than that, I don't think there's any time for anything more than that. There's also no closures for any major tests at all, like this. Like, say, there's another closure tonight or something like that. There's no such thing for any extra test before this launch happens. They're very much down to the last hour here, including that concrete. They were starting to pour that concrete there.
that concrete is driving me nuts. For it to cure, it would probably have to take until at least Friday when they're dropping it now.
Look at that.
And yet.
And they're still...
Well, unless
they
want to paint Highway 4 with concrete with the help of the paintbrush that is 33 Raptors. I don't know. I'm not a concrete expert. I'm not sure what kind of concrete. If it's Fondag, if it's, anything enforced, if it's just regular, how long it takes for that to cure.
You can sort of see there where it is relative to where the danger lot is. Danger lot is sort of to the right and vicinity of where Hoppy is. So there's a non-zero chance that if it breaks, man, I mean, I really hope that thing cures fast.
I don't know, chat. Forget about the launch. Do you think the wall will survive, or are parts of it going to be strewn across the highway or into the danger lot there over by Hoppy. I don't know. I'm interested to see what chat thinks. Will that wall be destroyed or will it survive? Oh gosh, people
We
are
need a
asking for
poll,
a
yeah.
poll on that.
Chris, poll.
Maybe you can say please. Please, Chris Poll. Say thanks.
Or are you my teacher?
There it is. I used to
There
teach,
it
okay? I'm
is.
sorry. The wall tomorrow, it'll be fine. It's getting blown to Brownsville. Roger, what's your bet?
I think it'll be fine. You know, we saw the deluge system is so much improved than a previous version of that thing. So I think the wall is going to be well out of harm's way.
Oh man, I wish there was words on it so we could bet how many letters would survive, like in the Gateway to Mars sign. I don't know, Alex, what do you think?
I wouldn't be surprised if a few chunks break free. I'm not too sure about that.
Yeah.
Just to be fair, like they had another wall sort of a little bit closer to the flame trench that did get blown on flight 12 near where the Gateway to Mars sign is located, and that one they had to basically demolish it and put a new one. It's more like a berm rather than a wall, so it's also like, you know, smaller and easier to break, I guess. But yeah, that also did not have a really good outcome on flight 12. We'll see what happens. Maybe we'll have to do another poll tomorrow on the launch and see, you know, do you think it's gonna be blown up by the launch?
Yeah. I mean, it is funny when it's blasted. I don't think it's going to be shot all the way that far, or even to SPI, but I think we're going to see chunks of it flying, which is great considering that our team will be setting up cameras right near there tomorrow, which thank you to SpaceX for allowing us to set up remote cameras that we can place, and then once the road is closed, we leave them to do their thing. So, I don't know. Again, the question also is setting and curing, so all of that going in there too. But right now, it is almost 50-50. It is 49% saying it'll be fine, and 51% saying it's getting blown to Brownsville. And I'm being told in the back channel that not only will they be setting them up tomorrow, they are actively setting up cameras right now. Our team is out there getting them set up, and hopefully they will be well protected in case the wall comes crumbling, tumbling.
Well,
For those who know the song.
if they lose any cameras, that will be a very concrete way to go.
Hey, I have that shirt.
Yeah, right.
That's
Remember
great.
the van? That was
Danger Van. Yes, absolutely.
still out there.
Oh, man. But yeah, the team doing amazing work out there. Again, we are able to do what we do because of your support, and getting all the merch and stuff is a great way to not us, but then you get something awesome in return too. Although, you know, again, we're bringing all the cameras and stuff. But just saying, thank you, everyone. We really appreciate it. But the team out there has been working hard. I mean, we've got all your favorites, for the most part, down there, working on everything and getting these cameras set up, getting the network firmed up, getting views, microphones, sound, everything. So hopefully tomorrow, once we go live, you will get to see amazing views. And then, of course, after the launch, you know, the team working their magic with their handheld stuff and the slow-mo shots and all the other amazing things you'll see afterwards.
Yeah, I can attest to that. Go ahead, Alex.
Roger. No, go ahead, Roger.
No, it's just a shout out to the team. When these launches happen, it's all hands on deck. Everybody shows up, coming from far and wide, bring all the equipment. It's all the planning. What do they bring? You see, D and Max, they can barely see out their windshield. They're bringing so much equipment down there. And Dan, wouldn't be anywhere without Dan and Dawson, everybody get the network and come down and somewhat organized chaos to get this all going. Because these are remote sites. They're logging these 20 to 80 pound pieces of equipment over a mile of sand dunes and things to get this going, troubleshooting on the fly. And then, you know, SpaceX says, okay, you got 2 hours to set up in the press site. Go. Okay, by the way, you got to clear out by noon because the road's closing. And then it's not only that, launch is done, everybody's relaxing. this team's going back out there. They got to collect all that stuff. It just can't sit out there and go. So it's just a big shout out to all the effort that goes in to bring this to you. And we really try to get you the best broadcast we can.
Absolutely. So, Alex, what are we looking for now in terms of making sure everything's aligned, moving the sticks, and actually lifting this thing?
Yeah, right now they are basically placing the ship in the correct location. Remember, I think an hour ago or more, when I said that they have marks on the ground for where they have to place the SPMTs, but also a connection to be able to have a remote control of the stand through the pad systems, right? Flight happened, and well before any vehicle went to the pad, they rolled out the ship and booster transport stands separately, of course, at different times and whatnot. But they rolled those out for testing those connections and being able to actuate the things on the stands, like the clamps and whatnot. So that right now they're basically just aligning the ship, putting it in the right location. Once it's in the right location, then they can start lifting the chopsticks. Once the chopsticks go up and they sort of, get close to the pins, they'll be able to do final alignments and adjustments and whatnot. They'll have to unchain the flaps, the aft flaps, because those are chained to be able to close them, and so that they don't move. So they have to be unchained, of course, so that they are free to open. Then once everything is ready, it's just basically a matter of taking the weight of the ship, removing the ship stand will just be doing the clamps will just be opening, right, to release the ship and then just lift up and place it. Now it's easier said than done. When they did this with ship 39, so many numbers, with booster 19 and ship 39, it took a while for them to be able to properly stack. It was the very first time that they had done that full stack. By the second full stack, I think things were a little bit smoother and a little bit faster, but still, it was only the second time out here at Pad 2. This, I think, if I'm not mistaken, should be the third time they do a full stack of a ship on a booster. Maybe back channel could correct me there, but so don't be surprised if it's still another slow stack.
Yeah, I mean, it was quick-ish last night. It's not as fast as we were all hoping, but
they have more
still.
practice with the booster at least, because they had a few more rounds of that. Went out there with 10 engines, then with 33, then it went out again. Even in between, they had to adjust. Hi, people passing by.
Yeah.
And so they had to adjust at one point. Like they had to remove the booster from the mount, but not roll it back. So they just sort of removed it and then mounted it back on the pad. So yeah, they have way more practice with the booster. Yeah, it's probably a bit easier because you don't have to go as far up and things like that. But yeah.
Let me thank some people real quick. Mr. Gamer.io saying, get your cheesecake ready for tomorrow. What flavors will y'all be having?
None.
Oh my goodness.
I don't like cheesecake, so.
Well, it's a thing that goes back a couple flights for those who remember the reference. Also, breaking. Cheesecake sales spiked during Starship launch. Turn this into the pizza calculator. Russell Hannigan with the $20 super saying, great coverage as always. One day I'll make the trip down there. You, me, and Alex 3. We will all make our way down there soon.
At some point.
It will definitely happen. We'll all get there. Brown Doiby, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Jockey Estrada becoming a Pad Rat member as well. Lil Stang saying, thank you, Caesar, for pulling me out of the mud. Good job, NSF team. Well, good job, Caesar. Very good job, Caesar. And I also missed 2 Capcom members above I need to thank here. James H. and Mr. Gamer.io, both becoming Capcom members we will see you in the NSF Discord, which you get access to as well. So I'm very excited for that. Again, you can always message us in there. If we're not busy, we'll come and say hi back too. Bunch of different channels for all different vehicles, different companies, different countries for spaceflight. There's also sports talk, food talk. Still telling Jack that his bagel choice is wrong, even though he's no longer with NSF. All of that in there. So thank you both for becoming Capcom members. And on top of that, Epigorn, the third one to join Capcom. Enjoy the perks in there. We will see you in there. Thank you all for that. I did see someone just come in and say, "Who are you people?" No, TechTran asking, "Who are all these people? SpaceX employees?" Roger, they're not all employees that we're seeing hanging around in those shots, right?
By all means, no. A vast majority of them are people like us. Just you can go down again, public road, public beach. As long as you're a decent person, stay out of the way and be respectful. You can get, like I said, when this thing was rolling down the road, you can be right alongside the road. You can be literally just a few meters from it. Just keep out of the way, be respectful to the security people. They'll be respectful to you. You'll meet some of the nicest people there that have share the same passion for spaceflight that you do. You'll meet them from all over the world. You'll meet people with dogs. You can meet people with horses. There you go, Chris. And you know, the kids, everything, and it's just such a amazing experience. It's just such a cool. It's hard to we talk about exciting rocket launches. It is such a relaxing environment just to see this and to be this close and experience it. But if you by any means have a chance to get there, even if there's not a vehicle out on the pad, it's just an amazing sight to see.
Yes, and you too can park your minivan blocking our cameras right in front of the launch pad too. Oh boy. Don't rewatch last night's stream where EJ and I talked about minivans. Please don't. First off, great username, HLS hiding in Star Factory. Saying, help, help, help. Arianespace saying, it's been a while, but I wish Ship 40 and Booster 20 the best of luck for Flight 13. Also, Star Cheesecake. Everything needs a star in front of it. This is Starship at Starbase. Turtle Sanctuary saying, you may not like New York cheesecake, Alex, but have you tried Texas cheesecake?
What do you
Mostly
mean?
Tequila, salt, and lemon.
What do you mean New York cheesecake? I mean, I'm not being in New York nor Texas. Do they have cheesecake
New York
in
style.
Iowa? I know. I was so...
Iowa cheesecake?
I don't know. Does that have corn in it? I was so close to being forced to eat dip dish pizza. I successfully avoided that. But no, I just don't like it. I'm not a cheesecake person. I'm sorry. Other kinds of cake or pies and things like that. You can, if you want to give me some of that, I'll take it, but not cheesecake.
So sending pie to Spain.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. I was only joking.
I'll take a cheesecake in Florida.
Besides, you will need to know where I live, and that's... Nope. Don't do that.
Send to courtesy of NS somewhere in Spain. Oh, man. And then... where was it? I just saw it. There we go. Flyboy Aviation TV becoming a launch director. One of the highest levels of support here at NSF. Thank you so much for that. You get the Capcom access. You get the photos that come with the Red Team membership. You get the members multi-view and BTS for launch tomorrow that all members get. And you also get your name at the end of all of our NSF Live and Flame Trench shows. So thank you for going the extra yard with that support. We appreciate it. And then Texas Big Red saying... Oli Vans, you did it, Sawyer. Yes, yes, I did. Again, if you watch last night's stream, you'll understand the reference. Oh, boy. We are now coming up on just about exactly, 21 hours to go until launch if all goes according to plan. Now it seems to be waiting for the lift, which, Roger, can you kind of go through what the lift procedure is for the ship?
Yeah, the arms will raise up. There's some hard points on the ship that will go in there. There's also some stabilizer arms. You can kind of see hanging down there, the like triangular shape. First, the arms go up, engage the hard points, make sure everything's okay, and then finally the stabilizer pins actually rotate in a bit, so that way you have various degrees of freedom for the ship as it goes up. And then it will raise slowly, and actually, well, slowly. They go pretty quick. It will go up to the top. Just the aft of the ship will just barely clear the hot stage ring there. I believe the SQD arm will rotate out a ways. The arms will then pivot, lower the ship down onto the booster. They'll make sure everything's secure, the clamps are engaged, then ultimately get the SQD arm and start making the connections to that and make sure all the telemetry and all the connections are working between the two vehicles. And that should be, I would imagine we're still a few hours away from that.
Potentially. At SpaceX, you never know at this point with them. Let's see. By the way, Memento is asking, Alex, when are you coming to see a launch?
Well, I've already seen a launch. It was just not a Starship launch. It was a Falcon 9 launch out of the Cape.
I think they meant a Starship launch specifically.
I'll see.
Smart Alex, or should I say Smart Alex?
I'll see when I have the time and the money for that. You got to remember, I'm quite busy here at NSF, doing some stuff, managing things here and there. You know all of those fancy videos that we make ahead of flight? I have 3 of them to review as soon as we get out of this stream. So yeah, thing that I do ahead of flight, and it's quite important.
Yeah, who needs that? Who needs sleep? No big deal. Nobody became a Red Team member, which sounds funny when I say that out loud. I do want to make sure I also thank here Troy, who is a longtime 41-month Capcom member. Just wanted to give a shout out and say I appreciate all the great coverage. Well, thank you for your continued support and getting the new Flight 13 patch pin design there, which, again, if you didn't see that earlier, we now have our Flight 13 patch and pin reveal. The whole design on it. I should say it's more than just patch and pin. It's also available on so much more than that. It's also available on shirts, especially the lightweight sun shirts, also available on mugs, on baby onesies. There's lots of awesome stuff that you can get it on. You should just check out the Starship Flight 13 collection at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Got it on hoodies, you've got the sticker sheet, and oh yeah, there's also an etched whiskey glass, and if you want to just represent more Starship in general, we have the Raptor 3 tumbler, which is NSF made. So our team said, you know what? I think we can do the best product to get the best stuff out to you guys, and that's what we did. So we etched it ourselves with some of the same machinery that is used to actually make some of the stuff that will be in the field tomorrow, capturing the Starship flight. Some of those same camera accessories and prints that we do to make our gear work better is used to make the stuff that we send to you when it comes to those that say NSF made. So check it out if you haven't. Let's see here. When do we think the first night launch and booster catch will be? Ooh, first night launch. Let's go with that one first. Roger, when do you think?
Oh, boy. I don't think they would do it just to do it. They're going to have a reason to do it. If it's going to be a Starlink shell or something that they need to get in a particular orbit. But yeah, that's going to be way cool when they do that. I would doubt they would do a night launch from Texas. I just think there's just, because it's such an urban area and a populated area, that brings some maybe other regulatory type issues in there, but from Florida. It'd be sweet to see one next year. I would be surprised. But again, I don't think they're going to do it just because it'd be cool to look at. They need an actual reason. Maybe it's HLS related. Maybe it's fuel docking related, or more likely we see with the Starlinks, it has to do with and the Falcon 9 launches. It has to do with what orbit they want to get the payload into.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind for the Apollo program, we didn't see a night launch until Apollo 17. So, or at least for the Saturn V. So that's all to consider. That was orbital mechanics. In this case, yeah, I guess it's if they're deploying Starlinks, you know, that might be the reason.
There's one thing to point out though for Starbase launches, because I believe it was also talking about a booster catch during the night. The problem is they cannot do any booster or ship catch during the night, at least. And by night I mean here between the hours of 7 p.m. and I think it actually changed to 10 p.m. Sorry, so it will be between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. For it's what it's considering the paperwork as nighttime in the environmental assessments and whatnot. They are not allowed to do night catches in general for boosters or ships. In Florida, though, the story is much different. They don't have any restriction there for night catches, so maybe that's where we'll see the first one of those at nighttime.
Yeah, minor detail. Florida, though, we'll see what the restrictions end up being for that. Because, I mean, we do sonic booms at all hours of the day anyway. We had shuttles coming back at, 3, 4 in the morning. It wasn't a big deal. So, I have a feeling Florida may be a little more lenient. Hopefully. We have to see night launches from there. Let's see. Do you think they will reuse the first V3 ship and booster they catch, or will they just inspect and display them? I don't know, Roger, what do you think?
I think they'll probably not refly those first ones. I think they want to have to, get it back and do all kinds of forensics on this. I mean, get one thing is the engines. They want to go through all those very fine-tooth comb, borescopes, and the whole 9 yards on those. They want to check the structure, the metallurgy on the vehicles themselves. How did they withstand the stresses? Were there any microfractures or anything like that they would tell, so that they can then incorporate anything like that into the future vehicles. But again, it's SpaceX, but I would think they would not want to refly at least the first ones. After that, I think everything's on the table as far as reflying. As long as the vehicle survives, it's back on the table and they'll get going as soon as possible.
I mean, what did they do with the first booster that they caught here? They checked it out and flew it again. So I don't see any difference with
it's
V3,
actually
right?
sitting in the...
Oh, you're right, yeah. It was the second one that they...
Exactly. Just
caught
like
and flew
Falcon
again.
9. The first one was sent to Hawthorne to just be the Falcon 9 booster that is out there at their former headquarters in Hawthorne. The second one was the one that they did the first reuse. So Super Heavy was very basically the same in that sense. First one, sort of Pathfinder. You catch it and you check it out, make sure that you understand what happened to it during flight, and you apply those lessons learned to the future. I think, even though version 3 is a new version though, since they have already reused 2 previous Super Heavy boosters, there's a good chance that the very first version 3 booster that they catch is reused. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's actually like back-to-back launches. I wouldn't be surprised. Like maybe a 1 month turnaround of sorts, where it's sort of, being checked out while the ship is being prepared and things like that. I would not be surprised about that. The ship, though, it's a whole different beast. They have not caught any of those. So I think the very first one might be their Pathfinder, and then maybe the second or third one might be the one that they reuse first. We'll see.
Unless they catch that one and then send it over to Florida to refly it there instead.
Yeah, but I don't know. Being the very first one, I'm not too sure.
Yeah, good point.
They need to inspect the tiles and whatnot, probably checking out all that system and everything. They want to make it so that in the future they don't have to do any inspections at all. So if you want to get to that point, you need to make sure to understand what happens to the ship during the flight environment so that it never needs, or at least doesn't need, a check on every flight, basically. Like maybe every 5 flights or something like that. But yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember, was it Salcom 1B that had the reflight for Falcon?
No, that was SES-10. That was
SES. I knew it
B-10.
was something with an S.
Yeah, that was B-1021. It's currently out there in Colorado at the Dish headquarters in Denver. Well, technically Littleton, but yeah. I visited that booster. It's quite ironic. It's the only reflown booster that I've visited.
And then for the one that's actually out at Hawthorne, I know they were kicking themselves of why did we clean it when we brought it back? Now that they're so, notorious for their soot on them.
Yeah. And the funny thing is that booster in particular, they sent it back pad within like 2 weeks after its landing. They just did a quick inspection. They already had in mind, doing just a quick inspection of the booster and sending it back to the pad for a launch already on the very first booster that they landed for Falcon 9. And they did a static fire test. They only saw like one of the engines was a little bit off. Like they kept the engines the same. They just inspected them, inspected the booster structures and things like that, and they just put it on the mount at Space Launch Complex 40 and fired it up, and it was fine. And that's how they learned. That's how we see now. Excuse me. Now we see 2 days in between launches, basically, right? So yeah, Starship will get there and on that as well, especially since it's fully reusable.
Oh, absolutely. It's kind of. I think this is going to go at a faster pace than what we even expect with Falcon. Falcon was learning for the first time of catching and reusing, or landing and refurbishing and reusing. Obviously, this is a whole different beast, even though it's a new version. It's the same kind of concept.
And they did not have, like they do now with Starlink, because in fact, if you look at their launches per year, they did have a really massive ramp up when they started reusing boosters, but then they have there's like a small, it's I don't know, it's like a roller coaster where they have like a bad year in 2019 where you would say, oh, what happened that year? Well, what happened is that they sort of ran out of the backlog of customers that they had to launch for a long time. It was very funny. There was this whole thing of SpaceX has a very long backlog of customer missions. And now it's actually, they just have their own backlog of missions with Starlinks. 2019 was when they started deploying those satellites. And so from there on, 2020, 2021, every year, they kept launching more and more and more. And that's what allowed them to be able to launch that often. So Starship is very lucky, I guess, that it's got its own demand with Starlink.
Yeah, I mean, it helps that it's their own customers themselves. It's like all the Spider-Man memes and them pointing at each other.
Oh,
Starlink,
sticks
SpaceX.
going up.
Yeah. Are they?
I see. Yeah, I see that they are higher up.
Oh, they are
before.
moving, yes.
So that means probably the ship is almost, if not fully aligned now. And they're trying to make sure that that is the case. Usually it stops slightly lower than the lift points, those catch points. I guess it's both. It's lift and catch.
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah. Exactly. And then once they fully confirm that it's all lined up, then they fully press against the lift points. And as Roger was mentioning before, they have the stabilizers, those triangle structures under the arms. Sort of, I usually say it's sort of like the pinky finger if you were to hold the vehicle on your hands or something like that, and sort of you try to adjust the bottom of that with your pinky fingers. So it's very similar.
Oh, it's sophisticated with sticking the pinky out.
Yeah. Hey, look. You remember the Chinese booster that landed out at sea that they caught in with the nets and everything. One of the
Yeah.
problems that they had really after that is that it
Yep.
kept swinging quite widely. With that kind of
Oh, the
little
video was
thing,
great.
you can just keep it there. You can just force it in location in place, and not have it swinging in those sticks. Which, by the way, boosters also do that when they land. There's some very good footage from, I think, Flight 7 with Booster 14, where they show the chopstick camera and you can see the booster wobbling on the chopsticks.
Yeah. Although I guess that seemed a little more expected, but yeah, the dramatic sway, if you've seen it on X, is absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
Let me thank some more people here with the sticks doing their moving. Bideford with a $10 super chat saying, "Come on, guys, sleep is overrated, at least when there's a launch around the corner." Oh, trust me, most of us will not be sleeping tonight. Don't worry. We all have things we're working on, getting prepared, or just pure excitement from it. And also, we still have the sticks to lift, which plan right now is we are going to stay live for the stack. We may take a short commentary break, but we will be live through the stack itself. Ethereal Swordsman, oh my goodness, this is a weird one to read. The Yeet Tube and the only penguin that can actually fly. No, that old-fashioned Flash game doesn't count. Since New Glenn was purple in its day launch, will the Space Penguin be blue when it has a night launch? I guess it's what color exhaust would Starship have during a night launch.
I think it will be similar to New Glenn, maybe perhaps a little bit more pinkish, but still bluish. We've seen, I don't know if you remember this, Sawyer, from Flight 5. Not only we had a booster catch, but the ship was also the very first one that landed on target. Because ship 29, the previous one, yes, it landed, but it was not on target because of the little flap that, I guess it could during re-entry, but it couldn't put the ship on target.
How did that thing hang on? I have no idea.
that was bonkers. But yeah, ship 30 was the very first one, and it did so in nighttime. That was when they were doing the morning launches out of the launch site. So that footage, you can see that it's basically like bluish color, that ignition. It turns into orange eventually because they sort of throttle down the engines and whatnot, and that makes the plume look different. But yeah.
Yeah. So, as we reach the top of the hour here at 9 p.m. Central Time over in Starbase, we are going to take a short commentary break. We will, of course, return for the lift, assuming it is at a normal human hour, and we're all still awake for that. But Roger, thank you for joining on the commentary for this part.
Oh, by all means, Sawyer, it's exciting times here. We'll see what happens in the next 12 hours or so. Stay tuned for this. And just a quick shout out. Hey, I'm sorry to my NSF team. I can't be there to do the cookout. Hopefully somebody's bringing food to tomorrow. I'll be with you in spirit. So you guys will have the best and you'll have a good time as always. Take care, everybody.
Yes, and again, we're not shutting down the stream. Stick with us. We're just going to take a break for a moment. Alex, thank you as well for joining.
Yeah, I'll definitely take that break. I got to work on a few things, and I'll probably head to sleep. I'm probably going to miss that full stack, but hey, I'm sure everybody watching out there will not miss that because they're going to keep watching this stream.
Of course you're going to keep watching, and you'll have DJ KMR in the background, Kevin Michael Reed, who's been producing, usually playing his awesome tunes, which tend to get some good reaction here in chat. So keep it on in the background, and don't be surprised when we come back with voices, the music stops, and all of a sudden there's people speaking out of your computer or phone or TV that you forgot about. Not that I've had that happen when watching our streams before. But yes, we will be back. Don't worry. We're still staying here. Enjoy the music. Enjoy the views. I am Sawyer Rosenstein. I've been your host for this portion of today's rollout stream, and we will catch up with you again just a little bit once the ship is ready to lift.
there.
Welcome back. Commentary is resuming. As you can probably tell on your screen right now, we have the ship lifting ahead of Starship Flight 13. Ship 40 is now airborne in the grips of the chopstick arms. The lift beginning just a few minutes ago. Apologies to anyone who got startled by my voice replacing the music here, but you're still watching NSF's live coverage of the roll and stack ahead of Starship Flight 13. As always, I'm not alone. However, it's a different voice joining me if you're here for the first part of the stream. Also joining me now is Magnus. How's it going?
Hey guys, we are watching what looks to be Ship 40's first liftoff.
Hopefully the first one in the next 24 hours. Hopefully there'll be another one with it atop Booster 20, if all goes well. For those who don't know, Magnus, relatively new-ish, joining us on commentary from NSF, typically from the other coast, right?
Yeah, typically if I'm talking, it sometimes has to do with probably a foggy launch. But we're hoping for something better here.
Absolutely. We don't want that tomorrow. We want it nice and clear and everything to work. And hopefully we see this lift off about 19 and a half hours from now. And it is still Kevin Michael Reed pushing the buttons and pulling the levers, producing. remains the same. If you have questions, tag us at NASASpaceflight or at NSF. We'll do our best to answer as many of them as we can throughout the course of this lift. Of course, we'll be looking at all the beautiful views and hopefully gorgeous shots as it works its way up and over here. Let's see. I saw someone asking, excuse me, have we done the weather analysis? The last that we heard from our weather person, Adam Schuker, earlier is that the weather looks pretty good. The only potential concern, I believe, was maybe some cloud layers. But even so, that would be more of a concern for us viewing it versus the actual vehicle itself. Temperature will be in the 80s Fahrenheit, a little breezy, but nothing that Starship can't handle. That is what we heard, and of course, keep checking in tomorrow. I know Adam will be checking in with him and getting updates as we get closer to launch of both our stakeout and launch broadcasts tomorrow. Well, almost today, depending on where you're located. Let's see here. I see Fighting Falcon is asking, when are you guys thinking we get a Starship launch tower over at Vandenberg? What do you think, Magnus?
Yeah, we've definitely gone into this recently, particularly due to the demolition of Slick 6 only a couple of weeks ago now. We have not seen a Fonzie yet, so it is a little bit hard to make an accurate prediction. We do know Slick 6 is going to be dedicated for Falcon Heavy at the time being, and there does not look like there is any launch complex that is going to be made available in the foreseeable future. But considering SpaceX wanting to launch orbital data centers, which go into a sun-synchronous orbit, which is a pretty nice inclination for Vandenberg, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some information about Starship coming to the West Coast maybe in the next year or two.
Wow, that's pretty soon. I mean, admittedly, they have been stacking the one over at the Cape, the new one at 37A, pretty quickly, but they also had the assembled segments already sitting and waiting at Roberts Road, which is just a couple miles down the road from Slick 37. So I don't know what they would do with manufacturing that and getting it out there and getting vehicles out, but I mean, it's bound to happen at some point. We never got Falcon Heavy on the West Coast, right?
Well, that is looking to change here very soon. They have demolished Slick 6, the legacy shuttle hardware, and they're going to start rebuilding it for Falcon Heavy very soon.
Yeah, there's a couple on the books for it, so we'll see. We'll see when that happens. And it just boggles my mind. It's like, yeah, the Falcon fleet is going to be retired soon-ish once Starship is up and running at its pace. But let's build one anyway. Another one for Falcon Heavy, which launches like 3 times a year out there. I mean, SpaceX knows their thing, so I trust them. The one thing I don't trust...
At least...
Go ahead.
We on the West Coast would at least love to see one fly.
Oh, yeah. One thing we don't trust, by the way, is Jack Byer's opinions on bagels. So, yes, you're right. There is that guy that doesn't know what a bagel is, and he's in chat right now. For some reason, still with a blue shield. Anyway. Let's see. Trying to go through all your questions again. Tag us at NASASpaceflight or at NSF. Oak Swings was asking earlier, I have a couple of them still queued up from the previous stream I didn't get to. Will an orbital ship need to be caught, or can Flight 14, if they go orbital, do a splashdown? I mean, I think that's a possibility, a strong possibility. Maybe, you go for the booster catch, but not necessarily the ship catch early on. I don't think it's a requirement, is it? Or do you think SpaceX would need to do that and want to do that?
I mean, obviously the goal is to achieve full reusability as soon as possible, but there were a couple documents that came out from the FAA earlier this week that showed a new reentry path over California coming back into Starbase. But those documents also included a couple landing zones outside of Hawaii, outside of California for splashdown purposes. I don't think they're going to rush a catch if they do not feel ready. But I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe see a ship get back to the Gulf and do a splashdown before actually committing to a catch a Starbase. But I don't know if you have any thoughts on this, Sawyer.
I mean, would it be nice to? Yes, but given to be the first orbital flight, I think the priority is getting it into a stable orbit and deploying whatever payload, which, I mean, it's going to be Starlink V3s, deploying those. I think at that point they'd sacrifice the ship if it meant being able to deploy it. I don't think they would do it without trying to catch the booster, though, at this point. I mean, that's part of the rush to get this flight out and done properly so that basically they say, hey, booster stuff works, so next one we can go for the catch. So I wouldn't be surprised if they go for the catch of the booster and expend the ship if they do their first orbital flight on Flight 14.
You know, I would like to see if they maybe take an approach similar to what they did with Falcon 9. They became experimental booster recovery. Maybe they can take and adapt that some way for the ship and start flying some Starlink missions. Even with, you know, only a couple Starship flights launching Starlink V3s, they've launched more Starlink satellites than the yearly cadence of Falcon in terms of bandwidth. So if they can somehow get a license that allows them to attempt a catch but not necessarily need to commit to it, I think that would be beneficial.
Look at that beautiful view as we can see underneath the aft skirt there of Ship 40. Oh, thanks, Kevin. Sorry about that. Getting those 3 Raptor vacuums and the 3 Raptor sea-level engines under there. Hopefully, unlike last flight, all of them will continue the burn uphill. Although I will say I was impressed that even with that one engine out, they were still able to get into maybe not their originally planned orbit, but on a trajectory that still got them to splash down pretty much exactly where they needed to, even if they didn't get to do the in-flight engine relight test. Because, I mean, it didn't look too great with the engine shutting down, but I believe they had mentioned that they've come up with whatever the solution is going to be for that. I don't know if they've really gone into detail of exactly what happened other than, yeah, it went fine. We got there.
You know, ultimately speaking, that's the most important part when they're flying these missions is getting the data and making those changes needed to increase the reliability of the mission.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at that point it's also a test of your redundancy features. Can you make it to orbit on only 5 engines? Now you don't just have numerical data, you have flight data that, yes, you absolutely can. Even if, you know, in this case it's suborbital, but it's proof that if they needed to get into an orbit, they could.
Yeah, and
Also,
I think this is also something people have, you know, been questioning a long time. What is the engine out capability on Starship? There's 6 engines here. Is there capability for an engine out, particularly with some of the engine outs we saw earlier? So seeing it being able to make up for that is very impressive.
absolutely. And I mean, we saw, what, 1 engine go out on the way uphill for the booster? So obviously it has a lot more engine out capability than that. My gosh, Jack Vire in chat making a terrible joke, saying it's also a test of your redundancy features. It's also a test of the redundancy features. It's also a test of the redundancy features. Thank you for the redundant messages, Jack. We appreciate it. Hey, another Sawyer. Saying, when do you think we will see the Florida pad operational? I think it's safe to say this year. As we see it raising and getting ready to swing over, and the ship quick disconnect arm getting ready to move back into place. Starting to see movement there. Ah, this is going surprisingly quick. But, I mean, I think this year. I think we will absolutely see vehicles stacked at 39A this year for Starship. Right now, again, we are seeing the ship swinging over, I guess translate is the proper term, over on top of the ship. We'll make sure everything's aligned, and then lower it down on top. And then we should have a fully stacked vehicle. This is always exciting.
Yeah, they only started raising the ship 10 minutes or so ago. This is probably one of the faster stackings I've seen.
Absolutely. Yeah. I believe Ryan Weber in the back channel said lift started at 10:13 Central. It is 10:29. Wowzers. They didn't pause or anything. It was just up and swing it over. Admittedly, they are also, I don't want to say on a time crunch, so to speak, but given that that clock in the top left shows the window for launch opening in 19 hours, 15 minutes, and 30 seconds, I think they're kind of have the need for speed while also doing it properly and safely.
Speaking of lifting speed, do you happen to know what the record stacking time is for one of these launches?
It was 33 minutes was the fastest stack ever. So there is the potential for this to be a new record as we are at, what is that, 16 minutes since it first moved? So yeah.
Yeah, the longest part of the stacking point is usually the final few inches actually laying it down on the booster. They usually take a little while to make sure they're aligned and everything. So that.
Sorry, didn't mean to talk over you. I think there's a little bit of a delay on the audio there, so apologies if I talk over you. But yeah, from that larger shot, you could see the little point sticking up on top of the integrated hot stage ring. That's one of the attachment points that they will set it atop. Because, I mean, that's the other crazy thing. You expect this crazy clamping, locking, something mechanism to hold these two massive vehicles together. It seems so uncomplicated.
Yeah, I can't remember which flight it was when they laid it back, and you could audibly hear a pretty loud sound when it was laid down because it was maybe misaligned by, percentage of a degree, which shows the need for precision here.
Yeah, it was also the one where they had near one of the mounting points, a piece of it completely fly off. That was not great. But that design, again, has also since been upgraded. So there's a better chance of better alignment and having, your rockets attached properly.
Hey, test as you fly.
That's true. They learned and they improved on it. Not just having the hot stage ring integrated, but then also the attachment points to it. And again, even with the lift on this, rather than they started off with cranes. And then they got to the chopsticks, and now having those attachment points that are both lift points and will be catch points as well on the ship, just like they have with the booster with the same type of points underneath the grid fins. Now you can see that swing over. Again, it's slow-ish, but this is still pretty quick as the SpaceX drone has been continuing to fly around through all of this too. I'm guessing not just for things for their next documentary, but also being able to check the alignment and all of the systems. It's also been a great view as well, looking underneath to see all the extra cladding and things that they've done with the V3 upgrades. Getting to see all of the extra protection that they have around those engines. It's kind of cool. Really quickly, while it's doing that, let me thank Robert Morris, thanking us for the excellent coverage and commentary. Thank you for the support. And Mr. Fluffy, who's a West Coast lover, so you'll like him, saying, a Starship launch from Slick 6 on the, what they call West Coast, would look like the best launch of all time. Doesn't Mr. Yak agree? I mean, Magnus, you support the West Coast over there. What do you think?
I do, but I am hoping we don't get a Starship launch from Slick 6 and instead get it from, hopefully, a new pad.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, there's another one open, right? They could take that.
Yeah, I mean, there's, Slick 14 did go to Blue Origin, and there's a new one, Slick 9, which is for medium launches, but I'm hoping we might see another launch pad dedicated, because Slick 6 doesn't have the best public visibility.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, as it is, Slick 4 East, you got to have the right angle for it.
Yep, there's certain areas where you can actually see it, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah. At this point, we are now at the 20-minute mark since it left the ground, or at least it left the transport stand. And already it looks like they are working on doing the final alignments here before they begin lowering it down on top of the booster. So if that happens within the next 12 minutes, per Ryan Weber in the back channel, that would be a new stacking record for SpaceX. Unbelievable. Techran was saying the booster hot stage ring might benefit from being a bit taller, but they literally can't do that because the Mega Bay door isn't tall enough, right? From my understanding is, yeah, they've kind of hit the height requirements, or the height maximums for these. Plus, at this point now, if you made it taller, you would also have to redo the ship quick disconnect arm and all the other parts at the top of the tower. So, you know, you finally get the alignment right. You've got it extended or expanded a bit from what it was for V2 to for V3. Although then again, they'll probably have to do it again for V4. So I guess it's the catch-22 there. I also want to thank some people here that have been getting stuff from the shop. In case you missed it, we do have the Flight 13 patch now available. Also available as a pin, and also available as stickers, shirts, coffee mugs. If you haven't checked it out yet, go to shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Get your lucky 13 patch for Flight 13 with that 13 engine landing burn there. I'm telling you, 13 is a lucky number. Jacques did an amazing job with the design, as always. If you go onto the website and into the Flight 13 collection and see it, you can find out all the details of why he picked each of the colors, the design on it, the different features on it. The one I love that Jacques included is, you see those little white stripes? Basically, given that this would be a landing burn, that's the propellant lines, the super chilled lines there. You can still see where that frost line is. I absolutely love it. Forgot the word frost line. That's what I meant. A beautiful design. Check it out, and I'll be sure to thank the people on the screen here with some messages popping up from all the people that helped support and got their merch too. And a reminder, they are not shipping just yet. They will be shipping soon, TM. Expect closer to August. So if you want to get yours, it will be delivering soon, but not just yet. But make sure you get it now, because once they are gone, they are completely gone. And if you are a member, if you set in the neck before 8 a.m. of like, hey, I want one, we will make sure, if you are a member, that you get one. So now comes the hard part. The alignment, getting it just right. It's a little finicky process, but again, you kind of need it to be just right. As we talked about, there was the one where they, you know, did the little bump and knocked a piece off of it, and we don't want that, especially given that we are just over 19 hours away from the scheduled launch. Man, that is amazing. I mean, you gotta love that view. It doesn't get old, especially now with this being the second ever full stack of a V3 booster.
Yeah, we're seeing they're controlling this thing, making sure and they're controlling it precisely, you know, to avoid any small mishaps happening. We've seen the SPMT controllers, but have we seen how they control the chopsticks at all?
I believe they have. I haven't seen the controls physically, but I know they have the controls that they could operate it and fine tune it. Ryan Weber in the back channel would probably be able to give the exact details of it. At least try to explain it, because I know the concept. It's hard to explain. It's also we've been live for a couple hours here waiting for this to go, but heck, we're almost there. We are almost at the full stack. It's a shame we don't get a sunset view of the full stack. Hopefully we don't get one, because if we don't get a sunset view of the full stack, that means that this vehicle will be off the pad by the time sunset happens, and hopefully the booster will be in the Gulf and the ship will be in the Indian Ocean. Ryan Weber saying most of it is just sensors and computers for the moving of those chopsticks to get that alignment into place. Revenge is saying, isn't this the 5th full Starship stack to not have a separate hot stage ring? have to do the math on that, but I don't think so. I mean, in terms of having the integrated hot stage ring, there was Flight 12 and Flight 13. I mean, yes, I guess technically they had ones that were kind of put on makeshift in the beginning, but those were also jettisoned. So if my brain is remembering right, I don't know if any of those early ones were welded on when they did the first couple, or if those were expendable or, jettisoned. My brain's trying to think back to all those older Starship flights.
Wasn't one of the earlier booster hot stage rings removed prior to flight in order to access a grid fin actuator? Wasn't that booster? I can't remember which booster it was. They removed it. This was one of the first ones before jettisoning.
Yeah. I mean, I see Ryan Weber saying that, Booster 4 and Ship 20, which was the first ever stack, Booster 7 and Ship 24 from Flight 1, and then Flight 12 and 13. But at the same time, those didn't have integrated hot stage rings for the stack and for the first flight. It was after that first flight when they realized we need hot staging rings because, that's not a great design. So I don't know if you technically count that as well. Let's see. Terms of this lifting here, it's worth noting that there is still the payload on board for this. So, I mean, they're lifting this whole thing, and those Starlinks are installed, but they're not Starlink simulators. They are actual V3 Starlinks, right?
Yeah, no, these are fully functional satellites, which will be basically operating on standard procedure until they enter the ocean.
Yeah, I mean, they'll finally get to test out how they work, the communication with some of those other on-orbit satellites. They had originally, in the first round of documents putting out on it, said that it would also be testing with a ground station in South Africa, but that is since removed from the site, so we don't know if that's still a plan or not. Let's see here. Again, if you have questions, tag us at NSF or at NASASpaceflight. As we continue to wait to see if this thing will lower. They've got about 4 minutes to beat the stacking record. But again, at the same time, we also want this to align properly and attach properly. Trying to see if it's lowering a little bit or if my eyes are just deceiving me. Chad, I'm going to need your help. If you see it to start moving, definitely just spam it in chat within reason of it's lowering, all right? I don't want you to fake me out, though.
Oh, it is definitely lowering right now.
Okay, my eyes were not deceiving me. Well, you can actually see, by the way, on the left, one of the people there on the, looks like the SQD arm over there. Or at least one of the supports near it. Look at that. Have we seen people this close on the stack before? Because normally they keep the area clearer of people, but that is awesome to see them on the left there. There's your humans for scale, by the way.
Always impressive every time looking at these humans, how small you are compared to a Starship, smaller than even the Raptor engine.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking the booster itself just being almost 70 meters tall, yeah, that's kind of massive. And then even the engine bells, just the nozzles on those Raptors, if you've seen any of the testing over at McGregor, yeah, they're pretty big, especially if you see them driving by on the back of the trucks there. But I guess at this point, there's nothing like Mark 1 eyeballs to be sure that it's aligned. The drone's great and all, but if you got people, why not have the people? By the way, yes, I said it is massive. I guess technically it's massive in size, and it is massive in that it has a lot of mass, with it being, the largest rocket ever launched at this point. They still see the drone flying around there, too, in the background. You can see it through some of the grates there in the launch tower there. I don't know why I forgot the term. Orbital launch tower, integrated launch tower. Boy, my brain is struggling tonight, but we're going to keep going here because SpaceX is not struggling. They are pushing ahead. And we're about 1 minute away, apparently, from the record, per the back channel here. So basically, once it hits T-minus 19 minutes, if it does so before then we would have a new record. Tower 2, yes, that's much easier to say. As opposed to OLIT. Orbital Launch and Integration Tower. They are so close. Did I say 19 minutes? I meant 19 hours. Thank you, folks. Oh, man. My brain is not braining, as you can tell. Revengeous is asking, are the bottoms of the sea level engine belts flush with the bottom of the ship, or is there a little bit of offset? I mean, it's hard. I don't know if you know the answer to that or the back channel does, but I believe they are flush. I think it's just the camera that's making it seem like it's offset from that angle there, and also having the rounded top of the booster as well.
Yep, Ryan confirms in the back channel they are flush.
Cool. Hopefully they don't flush their propellant out through a leak. Hopefully that's the only thing that's flush with it. But yeah, so far everything continuing to go well with the stack. It seems like we might have missed the record by a little bit, by about a minute, if they were to go down right now. But that's okay. And they are going down right now, in fact, as I say that. Unless my eyes are deceiving me again, it looks like they are getting that much closer to having it aligned and stacked. I already saw that Alex's finger is on the save button to make the check mark green on next space flight, showing that everything is ready to go for launch in just about 19 hours from now. And apparently getting confirmation in the back channel, the RVACs are flush, the sea levels are up.
And we're just a couple inches now off making that contact.
Someone said it's like aligning a sticker on a Lego, and I've never related to something so much. Now it's just all that fine-tuning the adjustments. And again, it's cool seeing the people there doing the as they work on getting that all aligned. So close. While we're waiting for that final connection, it's so close. They could still get the second fastest time. Almost there. In the meantime, let me hit some support real quick while we have a couple seconds. HLS hiding in Star Factory saying, great coverage. Quick question, is the TPS flight patch board still for sale? I've been meaning to get it. I know we have the pin board. You can get that over at the shop. We still have the pins with flights 1 through 11, and then also that one, the extra pins in there. But you can do that, and then get your flights 12 and 13 pins and attach it. We do have that one. I don't know if we have a patch board, but again, also the patches, once they're gone. Same with this one. We had Potter saying 19 minutes, they're not only going for a stack record, but a fuel and launch record. And yes, I know I meant 19 hours, sure, rub it in, but yeah. 19 hours going for a stack record and fuel and launch record. And then Starship Project saying, when do you guys think Flight 14 will be? When will the first ship catch be? Can we finish stacking Flight 13 before we speculate when 14?
Or even better, can we launch Flight 13 before we start discussing Flight 14?
I mean, that's just... it will launch after Flight 13. That's my prediction. After Flight 13 launches will be Flight 14. The first ship catch will be after Flight 13 because they are not catching the ship or the booster on this particular flight. I see a lot of people saying mid to late August in chat, though.
Flight 14 will take place sometime between Flight 13 and Flight 15.
There you go. Sorry we don't have a better answer right now, but it's also the whole, we're kind of just waiting to have this flight go off. This kind of, it almost felt like it crept up on us, even though, we've been talking about it for so long. It really felt like all of a sudden it's, oh, hey, by the way, launch next week. I don't know if you felt the same way.
Are we launched next week?
Well, last week when they announced it, I mean.
This is it's still not the fastest turnaround to launch from announcement to launch. Is that which flight has the fastest turnaround time from them announcing it to actually launching?
That's a back channel question, but it really does just feel all of a sudden like last week we're going, oh wait, we're starting to see not Mars. We're starting to see local notice to mariners that are saying the 16th, and then SpaceX puts out a whole big video and goes, yeah, 16th, definitely. And it's like, okay, that's like a week-ish. So, wild. And we are so close to setting it down. See, we're getting a couple of questions from people over on Facebook as well. What time is the launch? Well, a reminder, it is a launch window, and that launch window opens at 5:45 p.m. Central Time. It's a couple hour long window, and they will, once they begin prop load, and they are fully fueled, they have approximately 15-ish minutes to then be able to launch the vehicle. So if they need to hold for a little bit, they can. And of course, it's 15-ish because that's dependent on propellant temperatures and burn off, and conditions of the day might change that by a couple minutes. So just worth noting that. And in terms of payload on board, these are still all uncrewed. I saw that question there as well on Facebook. And on board will be 20 Starlink V3 satellites. Actual satellites, not talking dumb links or mass simulators or Dodger dogs as we had on the last flight. No, the actual ones. Will they go into orbit? No. They will go on the same suborbital trajectory that this launch is going in, and will likely burn up, and anything that doesn't burn up will end up somewhere in the Indian Ocean. But it's pretty impressive that they're getting actual, Starlink hardware on board and deployed. And if all goes well, I think it's safe to say that first orbital flight of Starship will see an operational Starlink V3 deployment. I think that would be amazing.
Yeah, I think no matter what people think or not, still expending 20 Starlink satellites here is a good idea, because they're going to be getting a lot of data that is good to test on a suborbital trajectory. Despite being based on, a similar Starlink bus, it's good to test that these upgraded systems work before tossing 60 of these into a low Earth orbit.
Yeah. Exactly, and we had the comment earlier from someone saying, "Oh, it's amazing that they can kind of just throw them away." It's not even throwing them away. It really is, like you said, it's all about gathering data, and they are hoping to gather a lot of data on this and see how well they communicate, see how they operate, and test them out before they launch the real thing. Were the people waving at us, Kevin? Is that why you're saying hi, or are you just pointing at the people? They were, yes. Well, hi to everyone up there. Good to see you all. If you're watching along, thank you. And thumbs up to all of you guys. Hey, there they go. They're waving. Beautiful. Everyone say hi back to them in chat. Keep doing awesome work up there, guys. Excited to see this fly if you're listening. And yeah, you are all awesome. Sending thumbs up to you. And lots of highs and LOLs from chat to you. That is so awesome. Glad you pointed that out, Kevin. Thank you. Let's see here. Sorry, now I'm just mesmerized by that. I saw someone ask, when does the stakeout stream begin? That begins tomorrow. Well, almost today at this point, depending on where you're located in the world, at 8:45 a.m. Starbase time, 9:45 a.m. Eastern. I'm sorry, I can't do the UTC off the top of my head. I think that's 13:45 UTC, if my brain is right. If you check, we have it up on YouTube, and it will tell you what it is in your local time, and you can hit notify me so you know when we go live. And then, of course, we also have the launch broadcast after that. So hopefully you'll hang out with us tomorrow. We'll be talking a lot more like this. And again, there's a tiniest little gap there. They are so close. 13:45. Yeah. Hey, all right. 13:45 UTC. I was close. Just waiting. They're 5 minutes away from having the second fastest time. Will they or won't they? That is the question.
You know, it definitely feels like they're purposely keeping us on our toes right now.
They just want us to acknowledge them on camera first. Now they're like, okay, we see you guys. Now you can lower it. Thanks. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah. We're waiting for Tango Delta Nominal for them to touch down at that point. We're almost there, though. We're not there yet. Let's see here. Taking a look also through questions as well. Elias is asking, could Starship do small sat commercial missions where they launch like many satellites? I mean, as much as the vehicle is all about, hey, let's launch super heavy payloads because it's a super heavy lifter, it's also, I think, arguing that one of its main purposes is to be able to launch so many satellites at once, whether that be a constellation, whether that be a small group, whether it be a rideshare mission like we've seen. I mean, you've had a bunch of rideshares out of Vandenberg over there, right?
Yeah, the transporter missions are, generally speaking, launched out of Vandenberg, and Florida, generally speaking, gets the bandwagon ones. So quite a bit of red shares.
Absolutely. And that, I mean, how many do they have on those at a time? We're talking like 50, 60 plus different satellites?
Yeah, I believe they've even been in the low hundreds for some of the transporter missions, depending on how many CubeSats they have.
Now imagine that with the internal volume of Starship and the lifting capability. That would be quite wild. Although SpaceX is ending the program in a couple of years, I mean, it would be kind of cool if they reopened it. Be like, hey, we're going to do one Starship mission, load up as many different satellites as we can, and just deploy them all out. And just go, good luck. You just see 500 satellites deployed at once as small sats or huge sats. Not great for, astronomy, but very cool for science.
Group them together. Starship Transporter 1 to 20 instead of Starship Transporter 1.
Ooh, I like that Starship Transporter. NASASpaceflight said Flight 9 had the shortest announcement of 4 days launch, apparently. So, coming in with the facts there. And TechRan saying 20 V3 Starlinks. 6 will have cameras, and they will follow Starship all the way through re-entry. Will they stream footage from the Starlink? I am very, very hopeful. I mean, we got footage from Flight 12. It wasn't necessarily live. It was played back, in a few minutes of it actually happening. But I wouldn't be surprised if we get that again. I really hope we get that again. Get to see the exterior. We've got the white tiles out there as well now that they'll kind of be using as alignment points. So hopefully we get to see how those look compared to the rest of the vehicle, getting to see that frost line on it. I don't know how many we'll get to see, if they only show a few, if they show one, but I would hope that SpaceX would do like they did on the last one and keep showing more.
Yeah, just reminder to everyone, these Starlink satellites are on its orbital trajectory, and Starlink satellites are designed to burn up on re-entry and will not pose any threat to the public.
Exactly. And they're not going to clutter up orbit anyway because they're not going to orbit. But yeah, it's designed specifically for that. In fact, every Starlink satellite that's up there, they're in a very low Earth orbit, all things considered. So it's kind of designed that, yeah, in a couple of years or so, they will get low enough that the atmosphere will pull it in and they will burn up and be destroyed. It's called being a good space citizen. They don't want to leave space junk. So now it's either you deorbit your spacecraft, you let it burn up, or you put it into a graveyard orbit when its time is up so we don't keep cluttering things. But that's why we see so many of these Starlink launches happening. It's because, sure, they're putting up more and more, but they're also replacing older ones that either stopped working or have met their timeline and have re-entered.
Yeah, and SpaceX has even decided to move their Starlink orbits to a lower orbit to ensure that Starlink satellites don't collide. And in the rare event that something does happen, they will re-enter instead of causing chain reactions higher up. So space junk is bad.
And the added benefit to putting them even lower, despite the fact you have to launch them more, is that you get lower latency. So there's...
Yep. Every millisecond counts when you're trying to have a high-speed internet constellation.
Absolutely. And, I mean, gotta say, it's pretty good. I've used it in the field before. No complaints. All these other people coming in and getting items from the shop with all the new Flight 13 collection. Thank you to every one of you, and we really hope you enjoy it. Again, it's not shipping just yet. It's shipping very soon, but now's the time to get it, because once they are gone, they are gone. I know we say that a bunch, but it's true. If you wanted to get any of the older patches from the first flights, I see people trying to pawn them off on eBay for way too much money. So get them now while it's at an actual normal price, and that way you can add it to your collection. Someone said Starship Transporter System, so it's an STS then. Ooh, I like that. I mean, I like STS anyway because, Space Transportation System is another name for the space shuttle. Chris is wondering, won't the new ship startup not only kick the booster in, quote-unquote, hopefully the right direction, but the ship will get a kick in the opposite direction, right? Large correction needed? I wouldn't think so, given that with the hot staging, you've got the separation of the two vehicles first before it goes really intense into the flip around. So I don't think cause that much of a correction need from the ship itself. And again, from what we saw on the last flight, it did pretty good. So you've got the sea levels on there as well, Alex reminded me. So those light up on time and will help compensate as well. So I think there's enough time in between when it actually separates and the start of that flip maneuver that you don't run into that risk of having to do extra crazy corrections. Also will help if it actually flips in the correct direction this time, unlike the last flight. Minor detail. What were you going to say?
Yeah, they only need a split second if the startup sequence is right to get the booster to start its flip. Once the booster starting its flip in its right orientation, by then the sea level Raptors, which with their thrust vector control, will be on, so they'll be able to make any microfine adjustments on the upper stage as needed.
Absolutely. By the way, I saw someone's message there saying, get some sleep. What is sleep? We don't sleep here at NSF. Alex, who was on earlier, was like, oh yeah, I'll go get things ready for flight, maybe fall asleep a bit. Alex joining us in the back channel. So yeah, sleep is way overrated here at NSF. Plus, there's a Starship launch in hopefully under 24 hours. What is this sleep that you speak of, right? I mean, Magnus, you're currently in a crazy time zone right now in terms of being awake, which we appreciate you staying up.
Yeah, it's we've spent an entire night watching a Starship stack here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, pretty much everyone who's here has, and I'm sure there's a bunch of people here that are not from the United States, because even here on the East Coast, it is now It is now launch day on the East Coast. It is the 16th of July. And I can imagine the people that are watching over in Europe and heck, even over Australia and that area, time zones are going to be wild over there. There it is. For East Coast, it is today. Which, yes, Kevin also on the East Coast here. A lot of NSF runs on East Coast time. But yeah, I mean, that's crazy. And in case you're forgetting, it is also another important day today in spaceflight history, which, first off, you would know why every day is important in spaceflight history, because on our social media channels, especially over on Facebook, we post this day in spaceflight, so that way you kind of get the history of what's been going on, so you should follow us on the socials. But besides that, on July 16th, 1969, a Saturn V rocket lifted off from Launch Complex 39A at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, sending the first 3 humans that would go on a couple days later to land on the moon. Apollo 11 launched July 16th, 1969, and landed on the surface of the moon July 20th, 1969. So hopefully we get to see more history, as we had Saturn V, which at the time, the most powerful rocket to launch people and things into space, because N1 didn't really get all the way. But to have this Saturn V and now have Starship coincide on that same day is pretty impressive. Love that. Also love Steve gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thanks. I know you've got a lot going on, especially with your brother, so I appreciate you still doing that. And Ethereal Swordsman with the $10 super saying, for ride shares, I think this flat pack style for deployment from the Pez dispenser will be a standard. Maybe some ride share providers will put several CubeSats in one pack transport bus. Ooh, what do you think of that idea?
You know, I don't remember the exact dimensions of the Pez door dispenser, but it does seem like SpaceX is prioritizing launches that are on the flat pack system. But I mean, they should be able to fit a couple CubeSats and small sats on that system if they're able to make a custom deployment mechanism, which would allow, you know, an absurd amount of satellites to launch with the existing architecture.
Yeah, I mean, I guess rather than being the industry standard, I think it's going to be, if you want to launch on Starship, that is the current shape that you need. Although part of the whole benefit of this is being able to, you know, bring large amounts of payload into orbit, especially if we're talking about, you know, getting parts down for a lunar base, and then eventually all of the robots and things that will be used to set up initial settlements over on Mars. You're kind of going to need something that can deploy something larger, because I don't think you're going to be able to fit an entire moon-based module through a Pez dispenser. So there's going to have to be some compromise at some point.
The door is inevitable.
Yes. The door, I like that. That sounds ominous, but I like it. The door is inevitable. So we lost the second fastest time for a full stack. But again, take the time to do something, you do it right. And so we continue to wait for them to make sure it gets done right. Dylan Schropp saying, hey, it's Magnus. I know that guy. Great to see you here. Go Starship Flight 13. I'm guessing it's someone you know?
Oh, I know this guy. Hey, good to see you.
Yeah. I like that. Elias asking, what produces more heat? 33 Raptor 3s or atmospheric reentry? I'm going to go out on a limb and say atmospheric reentry, because you're not enveloping a vehicle in a ton of plasma. You're also not traveling at 17,500 miles per hour, dealing with intense, basically, friction against Earth's atmosphere. I mean, yeah, engines are hot, but plasma is hotter. That would be my...
Plasma...
Yes.
Plasma is, you know, the state of matter of superheated gas, and I'm pretty sure Starship Raptors do not qualify for that.
No, otherwise the residents of McGregor would be even more angry than they already are with some of the testing. But yeah, and also, again, at that point, I think that would melt off the Sharpie if it was that hot. Oh, we're seeing movement. It looked like, saw a little bit of movement on the ship there. Maybe they're getting ready for the final alignment. If I'm seeing that right. Yeah, you can see the gentleman on the left bending down to try and get the closer look there. But yeah, don't mess with plasma. Again, I wonder though if it would melt the Sharpie on the flame trench. You know, that's the real question.
The Sharpie, I think that's, everyone has questions about the booster return and the ship return, but I think the real question for this launch is the Sharpie going to survive?
Absolutely. That is the real question. What will it melt? Will it melt any of the metals, or will it melt the Sharpie? In case you don't know, we're talking about in SpaceX's latest update video. They went into the flame trench and pointed out one of their measuring systems to see how hot it got, or if the what's it called? The deluge system did its job, is if those metals have melted. And of course, there was also writing in Sharpie, so the question was whether the Sharpie would melt as well.
And it does look like Starship is down. There might be a small gap left, but it looks like it's almost down. Sawyer, what do you think?
Think so. Chat, need your eyes too. Some of you are watching on bigger TVs, but I think it's down. You did see that little shake of the booster, which I believe would be the weight putting down on it. Hey guys, over on the Ship Quick Disconnect, if it is down, can you give us another wave or a thumbs up just so we know for sure? If you guys are satisfied with how it looks, if you're listening up there. We'll have to see. We'll see if they end up responding to that. But chat, what do you think? Chat says looks full down. It is stacked. So, if that is the full stack, which it looks like it is, I believe the timing on that per Ryan Weber was 57 minutes from first lift to being placed atop of the booster. And I think Alex can go ahead and hit the check mark on the Next Spaceflight app at nextspaceflight.com, saying that all of the objectives needed for launch have been met. All of the NOTAMs, all of the NOTMARs, and oh yeah, we have a full stack now. We have the second ever full stack of Starship V3, and the second ever full stack out at Pad 2 at Starbase. History continues to be made. Look at that. Beautifully done. They make it look easy. I don't know how, but they make it look easy. Let's see here. Got a couple more support messages in. Shoning saying, Dylan beat me to it, but congrats on joining NSF, Magnus. Go Flight 13. You got a Magnus fan club going already.
Oh, this is incredible. But I think it's more incredible that we have a stacked Super Heavy and Starship ready to fly in just 18 hours. And 32 minutes.
Yeah, but who's counting? Kevin's refreshing. Alex says he's pushed it. Kevin is refreshing. While that's going, Ethereal Swordsman did say the PEZ dispenser is also extremely helpful for dealing with launch vibrational resonance, actually. It means you don't need any of the variety of different payload adapters Falcon uses. And yeah, if you could just load it into a flat stack and deploy it out. There it is! The checkmark has appeared. Vehicles stacked. That is a completed checklist of everything needed for Flight 13. There we go. There is the check, the tick, the whatever you call it where you are. They're all marked off. Amazing. So, Magnus, what comes next now? With all the check marks there, what's next?
Well, I'm hoping we get a launch. That's usually the most important part of this. But you know, SpaceX sometimes decides it's time to unstack the booster, then stack it again a couple times to just tease us. But it does look like we're ready for this launch.
Yeah, and again, they have all the paperwork and everything that we've seen from the FAA and from all the marine notices, all the overseas notices, as well as from the Mexican side near the Indian Ocean. All of them are pointing towards July 16th. And that is, again, 18 and a half hours from now.
Most notably, they are not pending regulatory approval this time.
Yep. And in case you're wondering, all those different areas that it has to get approval for, this is the flight path. So again, a little further south than we're used to seeing with the V-1s, going to the south of Cuba instead of north. Got the payload deployment there. There is the Raptor relay expected to happen around South Africa. Entry interface around Madagascar. And then hopefully a gentle hover before then ending in a giant explosive success near Australia there in the Indian Ocean. And hopefully they don't torpedo one of the buoy cams again, like they did, as we saw in that previous video.
Yeah, we hopefully we get to see in the launch broadcast if they've gotten any upgraded kiddie pools for the buoy cams after that event.
I mean, they did say that one of them they had been using since Flight 5, which is the first one that we saw actually land on target, and they've just been patching it up. Speaking of patching it up, thank you again to everyone getting the patches. Make sure you grab yours before they are gone, and those will ship closer to the end of the month in August time frame. We'll get those. Hopefully you should have those before Flight 14, depending on SpaceX's pace here. But look at that with the spotlights on it. Magnus, I want to thank you for joining me here for the second half of this stream as we got the lift.
Hey, I want to thank you for having me on. It was great here, morning hours, but we have a Starship on the pad.
We do. We have a full stack on the pad, and we have a full day of coverage ready for you tomorrow, beginning at 8:45 a.m. Central Time. Make sure you join us there for the stakeout stream, and then, of course, the launch stream following that. Kevin Michael Reed has been the one pushing the buttons and pulling the levers for this entire stream, and also doing the DJing while we had our short break after the roll. And of course, the team out there doing all of the Starbase Live cameras. Appreciate all of you, and appreciate all of you watching. I'm Sawyer Rosenstein. I've been your host for this entire stream. We will see you all for an exciting day. As SpaceX says, excitement guaranteed.
And here we go.
This is the final go, no go poll for today's operations.
Full reusability of an engine like this is really something that people haven't done before.
We didn't know what we were doing because it was impossible to know what you were doing because no one had ever done something like this before.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, ignition.
Back to Q.
Separation.
One Raptor vacuum is off.
We lost a Raptor vacuum.
Ship FTS is safe.
Starship is turning for final approach to landing site.